Son is going to meet with Putin. And actually, I wonder if all right, we are starting. I hope my voice is coming good and clear. Am I heard? Let us see what's going on. So this is today we will speak about the interview between Carson and Putin. And actually the interview is already out there. So the first thing you will notice how silly this interview is. Putin, he made himself, he have nothing to do with all things Russia has before. All the agreement Russia has with Ukraine. But can you do that? He said, I have nothing to do with the previous president, whatever they did. We will go to that in details and you will see how laughable the interview, and you will see here how Tucker Carlson is acting like a cat, like a rat. He don't have really any serious question. He's just there to give the microphone to Putin. That's all. Listen carefully.
The following is an interview with the president of Russia, Vladimir Putin, shot February 6, 2024 at about 7 p.m. in the building behind us, which is, of course, the Kremlin. The interview, as you will see if you watch it, is primarily about the war in progress, the war in Ukraine, how it started, what's happening, and most presently, how it might end. One note before you watch. At the beginning of the interview, we asked the most obvious question, which is, why did you do this? Did you feel a threat, an imminent physical threat? And that's your justification. And the answer we got shocked us. Putin went on for a very long time, probably half an hour, about the history of Russia going back to the 8th century. And honestly, we thought this was a filibustering technique and found it annoying and interrupted him several times. And he responded he was annoyed by the interruption.
Yeah, he was annoyed.
But we concluded in the end, for what it's worth, that it was not a filibustering technique. There was no time limit on the interview. We ended it after more than 2 hours. Instead, what you're about to see seemed to us sincere, whether you agree with it or not. Vladimir Putin believes that Russia has a historic claim to parts of Western Ukraine. So our opinion would be to view it in that light.
You see, here is the answer for the historical claim. This is Vladimir Putin meeting with the Ukrainian president, and this is the Kremlin website. So if Carson is really a journalist, he will say, okay, in your website, in your official website, the president of Russia, English, ERNEN, Kremlin.ru. This is a government website. Why Putin, he met the first president, the second president, the third president, the fourth president, the fifth, the sixth, and he never mentioned any claim about any land. In fact, what we see here, they are signing trade agreement. President Putin said he was satisfied with the fast pace of the joint project to set up an international gas for his company. And this is the whole story. The whole story in the war of Ukraine, that when Ukraine is going to take side against Russia, they don't want to do business with them no more. They are done with the boss. He's bossing them. They tell them what to do. They tell them what to do. They tell them what to drink. They tell them what to drink. Putin now, how he can send his gas line to Europe. This is the real reason. They forced this man, the president of Ukraine. He have no choice to say no. Ukraine, just a poor country, just came out independent. They have The stupid American, they made them deliver their nukes. They used to have nukes. They used to have a lot of nukes. The stupid American, they promised them protection, and the Russian and the American, they promised that Ukraine will be protected. Give us the nukes. And they agreed. This is how stupid the Ukrainian they were. They gave their nukes. And the American give them some tips, you know, like little cash to fool them. Which means the American actually is the one who decide, or who decide the fate of Ukraine by destroying Ukraine, by taking their nuke. They were so much obsessed with letting the nukes of Ukraine go to Russia. So the real reason is not whatever Putin he says in the interview. The real reason is this. And only ignorant cannot see it. This is why many years after, when Putin he saw, okay, well, you know what, it looked like we cannot do it then. He decided to do it through other countries. Which was very costly. The line go through Ukraine is very simple, very easy. We cross right away to Poland, go to Europe, bingo. Or go to Slovakia. Or through Moldova or any. So instead of costing $1 trillion to make that gas line, it's going to cost a few hundred million. That is the real reason behind the war. Otherwise, where was Putin when he was meeting with the president? How come he say, hey, listen, before you leave, you need to know, we have to take Crimea. There's land. We have a historical claim. He was shaking hands and he was so happy. He forgot about Crimea at that time. Which year this picture? Read with me. In case you do not know how to read. January 28, 2003. Kiev. Where? Kiev. So you go, you shake hands with them, you visit them, you are so happy, you are so satisfied, and at that time Crimea was not part of Ukraine. So when you sit in this table and you discuss with them, did you mention to them, where is our land, man? We need our land. And then the dummy, they say to you, you will see some in the chat, they are saying to you, well, you know, it was not right, was not legitimate that the Soviet Union gave Ukraine such a land. False. Do you know why? Because at that time, that is the only legitimate government. There's no other government. So Putin now, he said he don't have nothing to do with what happened at the time of the Soviet Union, but he was not a KGB officer. Was he getting a salary from the KGB? He have nothing to do with them, but he was their killing machine. He go and kill anyone who disagree with the communist. He bring them, he torture them, he put acid in their face, in their fingers, in their skin, he put them in the acid barrel, he just make them disappear. But he have nothing to do with the communist. This is what the stupid Carson is trying to, the whole idea of Carson to be there is just to present a new image for Putin. He is the washing machine. Carson is, he clean now, he like, he, you know, like he did not like the way we pushed the questions. Like supposedly he's a hero now.
As a sincere expression of what he thinks. And with that, here it is. Mr. President, thank you. On February 22nd, 2022, you addressed your country in a nationwide address when the conflict in Ukraine started. And you said that you were acting because you had come to the conclusion that the United States, through NATO, might initiate a, quote, surprise attack on our country. And to American ears, that sounds paranoid. Tell us why you believe the United States might strike Russia out of the blue. How did you conclude that?
It's not that America, the United States, was going to launch a surprise strike on Russia. I didn't say that. Are we having a talk show or a serious conversation?
Look. Look. Did you see what happened? Did you see how Putin, he just put his shoes in the mouth of Carson? Is that a serious conversation or a talk show? Did you hear it? Putin is not stupid. Tucker Carlson, he's trying to make Putin to say that. He's trying to give him excuse. The question is an excuse. So Putin, he will say, okay, we are afraid they will hit us. He said, I did not say that. Is that a talk show or this is serious conversation? Yeah, and we do not know if this conversation was really for real. Maybe everything is a script anyway. But let us hear more. So Putin, he did not say that. He said to him, I did not say that. I did not say the American, they will attack us. Where I said that?
Here's the quote.
Look. Look. This is a journalist interviewing the president of Russia. If I am the president of Russia, I will put my shoes in his mouth. Did you see how he laughed at Putin? Guys, did you see what he did? I never heard of someone he is so stupid like this. Is that how professional journalist he talk? He is sitting with the president of Russia, and look how he laughed at the president. And not only that, he said, this is your quote.
Surprise attack on our country. And to American ears, that sounds paranoid. Tell us why you believe the United States might strike Russia out of the blue. How did you conclude that?
It's not that America, the United States, was going to launch a surprise strike on Russia. I didn't say that. Are we having a talk show or a serious conversation?
Look at this.
Here's the quote.
Look at this.
It's a formidable, serious talk.
Because your basic education is in history, as far as I understand.
Yes.
So if you don't mind, I will take only 30 seconds or 1 minute to give you a short reference to history for giving you a little historical background.
Please.
Let's look where our relationship with Ukraine started from. Where did Ukraine come from? The Russian state started gathering itself as a centralized statehood, and it is considered to be the year of the establishment of the Russian state in 862, when the townspeople of Novgorod invited a Varangian prince, Rurik, from Scandinavia to reign. In 1862, Russia celebrated the 1000th anniversary of its statehood. And in Novgorod, there is a memorial dedicated to the 1000th anniversary of the country. In 882, Rurik's successor, Prince Oleg, who was actually playing the role of regent at Rurik's younger son, because Rurik had died by that time, came to Kiev.
Nice story.
He ousted two brothers who apparently had once been members of ruling.
Guys, look at this idiot. Look how stupid this conversation. 30 seconds. He said, I will give you the history in 30 seconds. It's going to go 30 minutes maybe. But we just showed you tons of interview of Putin meeting and signing papers and agreement with the Ukrainian. Why he did not, after he became a president, immediately. At that time, the Ukrainian, they are totally under the control of the Russian. They are independent yet, yes. But still the Russian, they are in control of everything. The president of Ukraine have to be a friend of Russia in order to be a president. Let us say it's a kind of a fake election. If he's not, he will not win. How come? Putin, he go and visit Ukraine and he sign agreement and he say clearly how happy he is. All of this war is about the gas line. All of it. The Ukrainian, they agreed to sign an agreement with Russia to let the Russian have their pipe to go through Ukraine. So all the story you hear, suddenly he want to go to 1860, he will go to 1,000 years ago, he will go to the communist, he will go to the Mongolian, he will go, what does this have to do with the Ukraine now? You have already, you yourself, you signed many, and the Ukrainian, they have embassy all those years in Russia. And the Russian, they have embassy all those years, which means since 1991, the Russian, they have embassy in Ukraine. It's like, you know, Hamas have embassy in Jerusalem. Hamas is the enemy of Jerusalem. Why they want to agree? Hamas refused Jerusalem. Hamas refused Israel. Hamas refused the existence. The Muslim refused the existence of Israel. So why they want to have embassy there? The second you have embassy, it means you agree that this is a full state. And you respect their borders. And they are full membership. They have a full membership in the United Nations. And when the president, his name is Putin himself, he signed papers with the president of Ukraine. At that time, their border was what? Their border was a Crimea too. Why you do that? Here you see the hypocrisy. But to Tucker Carlson, my interest now really is not Putin. I don't care what Putin will say. Putin, they ask him in different interview, are you going to, there's a news that you are going to build satellite system and let the Iranian have a spy satellite. He said, who said that? This is fake news. We just heard the news. We can search it right now. Already Iran have satellite system and launched by the Russian. This is not only about Ukraine. You see, he claimed that the NATO is harassing Russia. How come when he go and make a base in Syria, a base in Africa, he is not harassing the NATO? Syria is just a few hundred, not even 100 kilometers, not even 5 meters from the NATO. Turkey is in the NATO. Syria is just on the border of the NATO. So who's getting close to who? What Putin have to do with Syria? Why he can get close to the NATO cannot get close to him. In the same time, there's already many countries in his borders, they are in the NATO. This is not the reason. He invited Erdogan to his capital He opened a big mosque for Erdogan. He gave the honor to Erdogan to open it. He said this mosque will spread the truth to humanity about Islam. Isn't Turkey part of the NATO? Or it's not? Tucker Carlson, he have a history of being an idiot. Actually, there's a video of him. Let me see if I can play it for you. This is even before. It's a day before the invasion. Just a day, not a century. Just to show you who is Tucker Carlson. Let us hope that there is no commercial.
So there's a tense and escalating situation tonight on the fringes of Europe. American officials say the Russian military, and it appears to be true, is massing forces on the Ukrainian border. Now, in response to this, a group of 15 Republican congressmen has written a letter to Joe Biden. The letter demands the administration send troops to Ukraine. Congressman Mike Turner of Ohio is one of the signatories to that letter, and he joins us tonight. Congressman, thanks so much for coming on.
Remember, this is before the invasion.
Tucker, thank you so much for bringing attention to this issue. This is one that the mainstream media is not going to be reporting and is incredibly important for people to understand what Russia's doing and really the...
Look at the other hypocrite. He says the mainstream media will not report it. But isn't it Fox News is one of the mainstream media, which is there now? I mean, do you see how stupid, how silly they are? That always they try to make you believe that... like there is only one person, his name is Tucker Carlson. I think, and I believe, that they tell them what to say. They go and they praise Tucker Carlson. You are the only one who let us speak. Look, the media will not let you hear this. When every station is talking about this letter. The CNN was speaking about it. Everybody. Suddenly nobody speak about this. Only Tucker Carlson. And look at the face of Tucker Carlson, how he making a very weird, in his face, his mouth go up. His mouth became like the sign victory upside down. His eyebrows, they close. Very creepy. And look what he will say now. And remember, this is before the invasion. The Russian troops now, they are getting ready on the border. What Tucker Carlson said?
The threat to the United States and the threat to the United States allies.
Well, that's kind of the force of my question. My first one. So a lot of military families watch this show. You've called for sending American troops to Ukraine, to the region, as you put it. I wonder if you could explain to them why it is in America's interest as their kids risk their lives in Ukraine.
Yeah, well, there's a couple things, which I'm certain you're aware of, Tucker, that the United States signed with Russia and Ukraine a treaty in Budapest guaranteeing the territorial integrity of Ukraine.
Did you hear? People, did you hear? Both countries, USA and Russia and Ukraine, but Russia and USA, they signed a treaty that nobody shall invade Ukraine. When you sign a treaty, that nobody shall invade Ukraine, how in the world Putin, he canceled that treaty? And why the treaty even was signed? They signed it because they want the Ukrainian to give their nukes. So now we made them give the nukes. And we tell them, trust us, we will not invade you. Nobody will invade you. After we take their nukes, we attack them. The treaty was broken by USA. You see how stupid you are? USA is not an invasion, you idiot. If the country invite some official to come to the country, this is not an invasion. You are an idiot. Did you hear what that treaty is? Invasion. Nobody will invade Ukraine. If the Ukrainians invite Putin or even Russian troops to do practice war game, that is not a broken for a treaty. The treaty is about not to invade, and you are an idiot. Same time in 2014, this is when Russia or Russian separate, they took over cities. You are an idiot again. They try to take parts of Ukraine, and those parts, I know why they want to take them. If you search right now, beside the gas, let me show you something. Ukraine is a very rich country with minerals. And the territory which Russia wants is where those minerals are. Let us see if this picture can be, we can zoom in it. All right, let us see. It's hard to read. Okay, let us see, let us find something better. People don't understand that those are money worshippers. They want to steal the wealth of the neighbor. I'm just trying to find a good map. We can show it here. All the maps I see, they are so small, tiny. Hard to read anything in them. Okay. You know what? Let us say without map. Let us look for minerals in Ukraine. So you can understand what are they fighting, about. There is tons of extreme important minerals, and one of them, it has an important deposit of titanium, ori, and the rest, long list of minerals, extremely important for military industry, manufacturing industry, and for power. Ukraine as independent, who don't care for Russia no more, is a dangerous country. Why? Because those Ukrainians now, they will use their minerals and they will not have money. We used to suck their blood before. In the time of the Russian Caesar, they used to come even take the chicken, take the animals, take people, send them to war, and those Ukrainians, they stay poor. Nobody helped them, nobody support them. All the food go to Moscow or to Pittsburgh. The territory where Russia is occupying now, and they try to occupy territory like Kharkiv. This is a very heavy industry territory. All the heavy industry of Ukraine is there. Ukraine was the only country, even NASA now, they signed an agreement with them. Ukrainians are not a bunch of farmers who do not know how to say A and B. They are the one who made a spaceship engines. They have, nuclear facility from a long time ago. Nukes used to be produced and stored in Ukraine. Ukraine is the basket of food and bread for the whole world. And Putin, he wants to make his gas line to go through Ukraine. And this is the same reason Putin and America, they went in war in Syria. You don't have to agree with me, but I will show you, and I will speak in a truthful always to you, what I know. You agree, you don't agree, this is your business. The war in Syria is connected to the war in Ukraine. Very, very heavily. The filthy country of Qatar, with the conspiracy of Erdogan and the help of the American, Obama and his kind, they decided to run a pipeline, gas line, from Qatar all the way through Syria to Europe. Syria, Turkey, Europe. Turkey will get rich. Syria will get pennies. Europe will stop buying the gas of the Russian. As simple as that. The Syrian president, he refused. If you don't believe me, by the way, you can search right now about what I'm saying in Google. Prophet Google, peace be upon him. You don't have to listen to me. You don't have to believe what I'm saying. Check it out. So the whole idea actually is to run a pipeline going all the way from Qatar, all the way to Syria, all the way to Turkey, all the way to Europe, and then European, they will not need no more the Russian gas, which is heavily, they depend on it. Qatar will get rich, Turkey will get rich, European will be more secure for their gas. So this was the plan, and they offered the president of Syria a lot of money to agree. He refused. Why he refused? Because the government of Syria, they are very close friends to Russia already. In fact, the Russian already, they have a base there. So when he refused, now the devil started the game. Qatar. Qatar behind every war you find around you. So they start sending money and weapon to the Muslim Sunni in Syria to revolt against the government. Erdogan is in the border. He sponsored them, send them all the weapon they need, training. We have videos even published by the Turkish media, and those journalists who published those videos, they are in jail right now as we speak. I think they will stay in jail for like 10 years or more. So the Turkish were supplying them with the weapon, Qatar supplying with money. You will see tons of interview made by Al Jazeera TV with those so-called rebels. They are freedom fighters. In fact, they are nothing but the Muslim Brotherhood, Hamas. They are Hamas. And Syria until now is paying the price of that gas line. And the naive is the one who think that this war is about freedom. Like you see Obama, he go in TV and he make speeches about ethic, freedom, and he speak about Prophet Muhammad. This is scumbag, is the biggest scumbag on earth. He gave the Muslim Sunni Hamas $650 million. Why? Because Hamas is under the command of Iran. So they can kill the Christians and even the Muslim Shia or Alawi in Syria. And then they will establish a Hamas state in Syria. And because they are Hamas, for sure they will allow Qatar to do whatever they want. In fact, possibly Erdogan will become the caliphate of both countries. They will unite the two countries, Syria and Turkey, and Erdogan will be the caliphate. This is the plan. This is why at that time, the Muslim Brotherhood, they took over many countries. In case your history is not, your knowledge in history is not so good, let me give you some information. Muslim Brotherhood. Do you remember when Hillary Clinton, she went to Libya? Anyone remember? And then after that, the American embassy attacked and they were killed. Clinton, she met with the head of the Muslim Brotherhood in Libya only. She did not meet anyone. This is after the death of al-Qaddafi. Why? Because Obama want to establish Hamas, Muslim Brotherhood state in Libya. At that time, Egypt itself was under Hamas already. The government of Egypt, the president, he was Hamas. He was Muslim Brotherhood. Jordan, a huge number of the population now and yesterday and tomorrow is Hamas. And the reason the king of Jordan is still until now there, because Americans are protecting him. Otherwise, Hamas can take him anytime. So look what the plan is. Erdogan is Hamas. We have Syria in the middle. We have to connect the dots in order to establish a caliphate state. Not only that, even Tunisia, which is here, is Hamas too. The Saudi family, the royal family, they discovered that Hamas have a plan to do coup against the royal family, and they will take over the country. The same in United Arab Emirates. Qatar is the center, is the money bag of Hamas. So look what we have now. Now maybe you understand what we are talking about. This is the caliphate state of Erdogan. You see, when Erdogan, he was talking about, he saw a dream entering Jerusalem. Anyone remember the video? You can search it. He saw a dream that he is entering Jerusalem. How he will enter Jerusalem? How you can do that? Well, it's very simple. All of this is going to be the state as a start state of the caliphate, Erdogan. Huge, massive population and land and resource. The map, like what I'm showing you, doesn't show everything, but let me zoom out. This was the plan. All of Saudi Arabia, Emirates, Bahrain, Qatar, Syria, Jordan, Egypt, Libya. Then when what happened, there is something wrong happened in the plan. Very wrong. When the Saudi discovered that Hamas or Muslim Brotherhood, they are planning to do coup against them, take over the country, immediately they start arresting anyone who support the Muslim Brotherhood in Saudi Arabia. Same happened in Emirates. When they discover that, they capture thousands of them. Many of them they disappear, which means they kill them, and many of them they're still in jail. And because of that, the Saudi and the Emirati, they start spending a lot of money in order to demolish the plan of the Muslim Brotherhood, because arresting them in Saudi Arabia does not mean they disappear. There's tens of thousands between the crowd. So they invested a lot of money in Egypt, and they were able to take down the Muslim Brotherhood government in Egypt. And they invested a lot of money in Libya, and they supported the one who opposed the Muslim Brotherhood. And then actually they start supporting the president of Syria. So the Muslim Brotherhood will not be able to take over. And then Putin, he come to Syria and he sent his forces, and that ruined all the plan. So the plan is bigger than what you think. And this Tucker Carlson is so stupid. So when he have an interview, let me see if I have the video in the info. He was speaking about Trump. He was going to withdraw from Syria. Let me see. Maybe this one. Look at this video here. I found this video. Let's see. Watch with me and laugh.
Is increased by appeasement. It's a good line, and it may be true. Probably is true. Of course, the risk of terror is also increased by bombing other people's countries. That is also indisputably true.
So here, Carlson is upset for killing Soleimani. And Carlson claiming that we are the one is bombing Iran. It's not the Iranian. It's not the Iranian. They spread their roots and they're terrorists everywhere. You know, Hezbollah killed 200 Marine soldiers. This guy is a journalist. He knew what he's talking about. So here you see he don't mention the name of Trump. He don't even speak about Trump. He don't dare to attack Trump. Look at this idiot.
People appear to accept this uncritically. Just the other day, you remember, our intel agencies were considered politically tainted and suspect. Certainly on this show they were, and will be for quite some time. Back in 2013, when the Syrian civil war was still in its early days, one onlooker weighed in on Twitter. Here's part of what he wrote, quote, "We should stay the hell out of Syria. The rebels are just as bad as the current regime. What will we get for our lives and billions of dollars? Zero." Of course.
See what, if you ask yourself, it sound legitimate. You know, it sounds like he's right. But the fact, no. The fact what we will get if we get out of Syria is the following. Iran will take over Syria. And Syria is not a joke. Syria have the biggest deposit of phosphate in the world. It is number 3 actually in the world, which means a lot of uranium can be generated from that. And that is the same material for the biggest resource or source of fertilizer. So the stupid, he's keep asking why we are there. We should leave there. But he don't ask himself why we are even in Turkey. What we are doing in Turkey? We have nukes in Turkey. How come we don't complain? This guy is serving the agenda, and who is the one who will be happy if the American left Syria? Do you know? Erdogan. When the stupid Trump, he decided to withdraw, and thank God he did not. The Kurdish, who they fought and they paid from their blood to join USA in fighting ISIS, and they are in this area. Erdogan, he prepared himself to an attack, and actually he did attack, and he took many big cities in the north of Syria, used to be with the Kurdish. Just because the stupid Trump, he gave a gift to Erdogan, he don't care. Trump is the person who is not ethical, and he is not loyal to his friends. He don't care. He just want to say, when I leave, you know, election. I want to win the election. I'm the only president without war. If you search right now, you will see how Erdogan, he took advantage of Trump decision, who will not involve no matter what Turkey does, and how he invade and he capture a massive land from Syria, killing a lot of Kurdish, and many of them, they are Christians. All of this because the stupid Trump is selfish. He just cared for election. Erdogan, he took this land. And he was going to take all the land where the Kurdish are, which means he will take the oil of Syria too. In either way, if not Erdogan, the Iranian will take over. If not the Iranian, the Russian will take over. All of that will lead to what? Israel will be in big, big trouble. This guy, he don't care why we are there, why we are in Japan, why we are in the NATO. You see, foolish talk is so easy, right? When Trump, he decided to withdraw from north of Syria, everybody opposed him. Why? Because it's not ethical. Number two, we know what will happen to the Kurdish. The Turkish will slaughter them. This guy, he don't care. He just want to leave. He want to save money. Making America great again is going to be by the blood of some Kurdish. This is how Trump, he see it. Tucker Carlson, if you listen to him carefully, all his propaganda is to give the land to Iran and to the enemies of America, and to make them surrender Israel. If we withdraw from all the Middle East, and I want you to ask yourself this question: who is going to be there if not the American? What do you think, people? Syria will be controlled totally by Iran. Iran already, control. Let me show you what Iran is controlling right now. You will be terrified. You will be terrified when you see what Iran is controlling right now. This Tucker Carlson is so dummy, so stupid, he do not know what he's talking about. Iran is here. This is the borders of Iran with all those countries. Yemen, all this part of Yemen is under the control of Iran. And do you know what does that mean? That means the Red Sea is totally controlled by them. And that's why the Houthi, they attack ships here. Here, this corner is so narrow in the sea. Syria is under the control of Iran. Iraq is under the control of Iran. South of Lebanon is under the control of Iran. Where is Iran now? Iran is all over the place. And what Iran target is? Death to Israel, death to America. So all of this, Carlson, he don't care. Just take our kids from there. And you know how many kids we have there? Like when they say like take our kids, you think we have like tens of thousands of people. All this land is Iran now. So now Iran is a threat to all business and trade coming to Europe from the Red Sea. They can close the sea. Iran now, and they did already attack many places in Saudi Arabia, which means those who live in Europe and they buy gas from Saudi Arabia, the price of gas will go so crazy and maybe they will not even be able to have it because where the gas will come from? Iran controlled the Gulf, the Persian Gulf, which the Arab, they call it the Persian, the Arab Gulf. Which is this one. Iran can close it anytime. Anytime can shut it down. So Iran can sabotage all the trade of the world. Most of the trade coming from India, from Japan, from have to go through the Red Sea. All the way to Europe. Import and export. And now in order for European to receive any product, well, they have to go around Africa. Imagine. Yes, they have to go around Africa. There's no other solution. They have to round their trip instead of going all the way in just a very short trip to bring the goods for themselves and for their country. Now they have to round themselves and go. It's like saying, you know, like doing a mad trip, you know. You have to go all the way here, there, and then you continue, you go all the way so you can arrive to Europe. So the price of goods will be so much, way more expensive. This is how stupid Carson is. He thinks it's just about take our kids while we are there. As simple as that. This is a talk of a kid. This is not a talk of someone. He is educated. This is garbage talk. We are not supporting war with anyone. But they are, and their target is to destroy America and to destroy Israel. So if we would draw from, you see, we supported the terrorists in Afghanistan. We did not have war with them. Still, they did 9/11. Osama bin Laden was a dog of America. At that time, we were not, and we never occupied Afghanistan, and actually we armed Afghanistan. This is how evil the American government they were. Yet they come and they did 9/11. So the stupid Carson, he don't care because he have a brain of a kid. He have a big mouth, but he don't see the image there. There's religion war, there's oil war, there's money war, there's mineral war, there's a strategic spot and point and trade centers war, there's a trade line war, there's guideline war. This is not just about our kids being there or not. This guy, he was so arrogant always, explain himself. And he claimed, why we should risk the life of our kids for the sake of Ukraine? You are not. In fact, the Ukrainians, they are risking their life and they lost a lot of life for your stupidity. It was the American who left them alone. They promised them protection. When the American, they signed a treaty with Russia that nobody will invade, and if somebody invade Ukraine, we will support you. The American did nothing. In fact, the American, they were the first to run. And this is the same thing they did with Georgia. The stupid president of Georgia, they told him, we will protect you. Seek independence from Russia. don't obey them. Russia invaded Georgia, they took half of it, and nowhere to find the president of the United States. At that time, I think it was George Bush. As usual, all president of USA, they play golf.
You know who wrote that? It was Donald Trump, and he was right. And that's one of the reasons.
Look. Listen to this.
That is the current regime. What will we get for our lives and billions of dollars? Zero. Of course you know who wrote that. It was Donald Trump, and he was right. And that's one of the reasons he got elected president.
Listen carefully. Trump, now he did not withdraw. How come Tucker Carlson never attacked Trump for not leaving? Are you with me? How come he praised Trump because he said he will leave Syria, but he did not attack Trump for changing his mind and not to leave? Why? Because Trump is an important business card in his business. He cannot attack Trump. All Fox News and now his news is based on the news about Trump. Trump is a major money for those fake news agencies. When Trump was a president, Fox News was making billions of dollars just from Trump alone. All the news is about Trump. All the show is about Trump. Trump, he said, Trump, he did, Trump, he went, Trump, he did. Everybody. Even CNN. When Trump, he left the office, CNN lost a lot of money because nobody watching their TV. People used to watch their TV just because of Trump. So now he praised Trump, but he never attacked Trump for not leaving. If he is honest and he is consistent, he should attack Trump for not keeping his promise to leave. Are you with me? Do you understand what I'm saying? There's no way that you support Trump for he is deciding to leave Syria, but you still support him when he don't decide to leave Syria. I thought you are against war. I thought you are against the warmonger. Are you against him or not? I vote for Trump because there's no other option. There's no other option. It's not because Trump is the best man. Trump, when it's come to abroad policy, he was so stupid. And this is one of them. He decided to withdraw from Syria overnight. Erdogan, he took over the land. He started killing Kurdish, killing Christians. He brought his terrorists, and they start writing because now he knew that Trump, he will not dare. He don't care, actually. Sorry, I don't want to say dare. He don't care. Trump, he did not withdraw. Why? Because he noticed that he was stupid when he said that. You see, there's people, they say things. It's like, you know, when you sit in the coffee shop, you say things. You can say in the coffee shop whatever you want. But when you are in a position and you have responsibility, you cannot just say things. Why Trump, he did not withdraw? Because everybody, starting from the friends, what are you doing? We have 70,000 male prisoners from ISIS. What we will do with them? Solve it. Trump is leaving. This is how stupid Trump is, and this is how stupid Carson is. This is not just about leaving. There's 120,000 family members of ISIS, they are prisoners. What we will do with them? Bring them to Europe. Or, you know what? We bring them to America. I mean, Biden, he brought 100,000 from Afghanistan. We can bring those 200, 300,000 of ISIS to USA. What this guy is talking about? We have the whole army of ISIS. Until now, they are prisoners. You leave, you let them go? Or you want to bring them to USA? This is what happened when the one who school you about what is right and what's wrong is a kid. A kid, he can say whatever he wants. And there is no question that this guy, he defend Iran, and he defend Iran badly. Listen to this in Twitter. This is just January 29th. This is not 10 years ago. And this is Tucker Carlson video. Listen. All the video is about we should not hurt Iran. And later, actually, I will show you how Carlson is so upset for supporting Israel too. This guy, he hate the Jews and he hate Israel. This guy, he have audio. I heard his audio saying very filthy language to the black people. And he claimed that those audios from a decade ago, hold on, a decade ago, is that will make any difference? So a decade ago you were donkey and a decade after you became not a racist? What? This was a decade ago? This is Tucker Carlson tweet about the audio leak of him speaking very filthy language about the black people, who they are our people. He claimed to be Christian. He claimed to be Christian. But he will not hesitate to use all kind of filthy, disgusting language to put down someone just because he's black. Media Matter caught me saying something nasty on radio. Show more than a decade ago. So you are a better person now? You are not racist? He could not deny he did not say it. He could not, you know, if I play it for you, they will shut down my channel maybe. Very filthy. I am in television every weeknight, live for an hour, if you want to know what I think. So when you spoke in the radio and you say those language, those words about the black, you were not telling us what you think? He claimed to be Christian. It looks like Christians is the one who they are racist like Muhammad. That's why Muhammad, he want only white people to enter heaven. As the Quran says, يَوْمَ تَبْيَضُّ وُجُوهُ وَتَسْوَدُّ وُجُوهُ, the day Allah will make all faces black and all faces white. Which means the believers will be white, the non-believers will be black. And this is Tucker Carlson. He is so worried about the future of Iran. Why? They just killed 3 of our kids. Oh, hold on, they are African kids. They don't count for Tucker Carlson. They don't. They are not worth to respond to Iran. But I am very sure that if those who were killed, they were the family of Tucker Carlson, he will take his truck all the way to Iran, seek a revenge. But as long they are not his kids, as long they are not his people, for he is obviously racist like Muhammad, he is questioning why we should even respond. Those, they are not important. This is a foreign agent statement. This man, he supports the enemies of America. And sadly, many of you think about him as a conservative. And I don't know what conservative these days mean. It looked like the one who meet with the pimp and defend the pimp, and he kept saying the F word when he was interviewing the pimp, like Andrew Titz. He is a conservative for those who they call themselves Christians. You know, when the Bible says, be aware of false teachers. Well, this guy is not a teacher about Christianity, for sure, thank God. But he's teaching you false narrative, false ethic. He claimed to be ethical. Is it ethical for us to let the Iranians shout day and night, death to America and death to Israel, and then by closing our eyes and say we heard nothing, we will be safe? This is what the stupid Tucker Carlson trying to convince you.
About, but they should be. Joe Kent is a former Green Beret. He's a combat veteran who lost his wife in one of these wars. He's running for Congress in Washington State in the 3rd Congressional District, and he has an interesting and highly informed perspective on this, and we're honored to have him join us now. Joe Kent, thank you so much for coming on today. So when you see all of this, and you hate to be cynical, but you really can't be too cynical when you're dealing with the war party in Washington. It did seem like a coordinated response very quickly, moments after the announcement of the tragic death of these American servicemen. What do you make of the response from both parties in Washington to the deaths yesterday?
I mean, this whole thing, we've seen it coming, Tucker. We left our troops in these vulnerable locations, like on the Jordanian, Syrian, and Iraqi border. Our troops have been attacked, we think, at least 150 times since the October 7th incident began. And so we've seen this coming. This was an inevitable conclusion. So by leaving our troops in these locations, undefended essentially, we left them there as bait because so many people in Washington, D.C. want to go to war with Iran. They want to go to a war with Iran.
Here you see how they lie to you, and look at the effect of the face of Tucker Carlson. He's an actor, huh? Like he's like, what? Huh? Really? Huh? Huh? Look how he moves his eyes, and look, just to show you how stupid what they are saying. It is the opposite. He just said that the Iranians, they are attacking us hundreds of times already. So if you want to go to war, and this is the purpose, shouldn't we go to war from the first time? They attack us because now we have the excuse. People, are you listening? Do you understand what I'm saying? He is claiming that both party, Republican and Democrat, they want war. But is this what is happening? This guy, he just mentioned that the Iranian, they attack our soldiers hundreds of times. So how come we did not start the war yet? All what we need is just a bullet. If this is the reason, if this is the excuse, if I am trying to start a war, I will not wait for my enemy to attack me hundreds of times so I can start a war. I will start it after 2 seconds. That's it. He shoot at me. Here we go for it.
But they should be. Joe Kent is a former Green Beret. He's a combat veteran.
Here we have somebody saying, her name is Pork Bacon. She said, she have a picture of a female. Zionists are evil as much as these radical from Muslims and Christians, Buddhists and other religion. These are radical. You are a stupid whore. Sorry to say. There's nobody is radical as much as the leftist. Who is Antifa? They go holding guns in the street. Christians are preaching the Bible. Antifa are burning churches. Who is the one who killed millions of Christians in the communist country, Soviet Union? Who is the one who put the Christians in jail by hundreds of thousands in China? And you are talking about Zionists are evil? In the country of the Zionists, there is Arab in the parliament. In fact, there is Arab in the Supreme Court. And I hope I did not heard the feeling of the whore when I mention your name, because you speak like one. If the Zionists are evil, why there is Arab in the Supreme Court? Can we find one Jew in the Supreme Court in any Muslim country? Is that how Jesus told you? Yes, I call women whore, I call men whore, I call Muhammad whore. Whore is anyone who fornicate against God. Isn't it your prophet is a whore? Your God is a whore. Your Quran is the book of whore. Isn't it the Quran says that force not your daughter to do prostitution unless they agree? So this is the guideline of every whore, Mujahid, and you are a whore like your prophet. Prove me wrong. You want to call me? You don't dare. We don't sugarcoat things here. Here you see Tucker Carlson, the liar. You see, those sentences, they can go through if you are not a person who have a good intelligence. You don't listen carefully. And man, there's millions and millions of them. So he brought this guy who his wife, she died there in the war. Hold on. First of all, is that like is that a reason for you to speak against the American army? Or why your wife, she signed to go in the army if she'd like to don't be killed in war? You see, I joined the USA Army. What I was expecting when I joined the USA Army, I was expecting they would give me a 5-star hotel room, a jacuzzi. I will be safe. I will be staying in. No, I know I'm going to war. So if your wife, she signed to join the USA Army, don't come here and use her blood to be in the Congress. That's what he's doing. This guy is using his wife's blood. She paid her life to defend her country, and we are very thankful for her. Obviously, she is an honorable woman. But the husband is trying to use her death to be in the Congress. Isn't this what's happening? And we are attacked in Syria by hundreds of times, yet they claim that we want war. So what we are waiting for? If this is really what's happening.
Who lost his wife in one of these wars. He's running for Congress in Washington State in the 3rd Congressional District, and he has an interesting and highly informed perspective on this, and we're honored to have him join us now. Joe Kent, thank you so much for coming on today. So when you see all of this, and you hate to be cynical, but you really can't be too cynical when you're dealing with the war party in Washington. It did seem like a coordinated response very quickly, moments after the announcement of the tragic death of these American servicemen. What do you make of the response from both parties in Washington to the deaths yesterday?
I mean, this whole thing, we've seen it coming, Tucker. We left our troops in these vulnerable locations, like on the Jordanian, Syrian, and Iraqi border. Our troops have been attacked, we think, at least 150 times since.
So 150 times, and still the American, they did not decide to go to war. And that is the reason to believe that they want war. I can confirm to you that the audience of Tucker Carlson are the ones who they have the lowest IQ, like the liberals who watch CNN. They attack us 150 times, and until now we did not start a war. And the whole idea of this program is to expose that they want war. It's not only Muslims who dream about endless penis, they have an IQ problem. Because they believe their prophet and the penis promise. There's a lot of people in America, sadly, they have a very low IQ too. Somebody's saying, Christian Prince, American won't go to war until American people accept. Hold on. I was questioning why this stupid Biden don't go to war. I'm so angry, actually. American people until now don't accept it? Really? So we were attacked 150 times, as we heard in Tucker Carlson. And by the way, those numbers are false. And until now, the Americans are not convinced. But we just saw that the senators, the congressmen, everybody is asking Biden for heavy response on Iran, not in the proxy. So what you just said is very silly. Same time, are you saying to me that the Americans, they are calling Iran, say, hey, come kill our soldiers so we can attack you? I mean, how high the IQ of those people? That means the Iranians are stupid. Hold on, the Iranians, they say to themselves, how we can start a war with America? We kill them, and then they respond to us, and then we start a war. And the American, they want Iran to do that. So they put for them a bait. So they put their soldiers in the desert of Syria. The Iranians are not aware of the plan. It's like a rabbit, he want to eat the carrot. The rabbit, he walk through. He get close to the carrot, he get a bite. And then after the rabbit, he eat the carrot, which is in this case, the American soldiers, American will be convinced that we have to respond for eating our... I mean, how silly, how stupid people are. Conspiracy, they love conspiracy. Trump, Biden, Obama, all those presidents are a bunch of donkeys and they are cowards. The Iranian, they took our ships, they humiliate our soldiers, they capture them. They put paper bags in their head. They made them walk in the street. Kids piss on them. Yet the American did not go to war. Do you see how much the American, they are trying to go to war? They are so crazy to go to war. They cannot wait. You love to listen to those. Do you watch the program of the Bigfoot guy? The Houthi, the Yemeni terrorist who is the dog of Iran in Yemen, just today he attacked 2 ships. Do we need to wait to go to war? I mean, what we are waiting for? In fact, the problem is that those cowards who they are in the office, they don't want to go to war. And that encouraged the terrorists to do more and more. If we search right now, we type the word Houthi. So the Houthi keep attacking, and those stupid Americans, they are not responding to go to war. What's wrong with them? Every day, Al-Houthi either kidnapping or attacking a ship. Yesterday they attacked, I think today or yesterday, they attack a Greek ship. What the Greek have to do? What the Greeks have to do with Israel? It doesn't matter. They want to attack everybody. And yet the American, what they do? They go and they hit like those small tiny boats, and they claim they did really respond. Why the American don't respond in a massive way? Destroy all their weapon, send... I mean, we have the most powerful weapon. They can do carpet bombing for the troops of the Houthi. If we type the Houthi attack ship, what we will find? A day ago, every day, every few hours. And they will not stop. Houthi announced attack on UK-owned ship. Okay, so it's not just about USA. It's not, they are attacking anybody. I thought this is just about America. And they will not stop. Because the stupid American government, until now, they don't respond. Which means they did not hurt them, really. I mean, those attacks, they say the American they hit, they did nothing. That's why they don't care. And then you get Tucker Carlson, he's accusing everybody that they are trying to start a war. So we have Al-Houthi, we have Hezbollah, we have Iran in Syria, we have Putin, we have all the kind of garbage in the world. Until now, the American did not start a war. But they are saying in this video that those who they are in politics, they are trying to find an excuse to start a war. But what's happening in the ground is the opposite. It's totally the opposite. When the coward Putin, he invaded Ukraine, the first one to run, it was the American. My friend, Judith, I don't want to be rude to you, but as you know, in America we have a system, it's called Congress and senators. So they do not need to vote and ask the American public if they like it or not. The senators and the Congress, they can meet and they can give the authority to the president to start a war. So don't give me this garbage. Since when the American public need to agree? Like, did the American public agree when George Bush invaded Iraq? Are you serious? Did he ask the American public, or he receive a vote from the Congress and the senators? What are you talking about? So now, if Biden, he want to go in war, he is going to make election, hey guys, American, go vote? This is not what Americans do. This is why they elect senators and Congress. And they are the one who give the authority to the president to go to war. He do not need the American to accept or to reject. They can go for nuclear war without approval of any American. American public vote with next vote, you don't vote for them, right? Okay, no problem. But they can start a war right now. They do not need you. Same time, when the Iranian, they attack your soldiers hundreds of times, how in the world the American public will not support that? Is it enough for me to know that the Iranian, they teach their kids? I can play for you the videos right now. Actually, if I type right now the word Houthi, just to show you how ignorant the people are. What is the sign behind the head of the leader of Al-Houthi? Let me show you. There is two signs behind him. This is the leader of the Houthi. The sign in the right, in Arabic it says Allahu Akbar in green. Allahu Akbar in green. Allah is bigger. The second one, it says Al-Mawtu li America. Death to America. The third one, it says death to Israel. The fourth one, it says curse on the Jews. The last one says victory to Islam. So do we need to be convinced that those people, they want to kill us no matter what? Just go in TV and show them this sign. This is the sign behind the Khomeini. This is the sign, they have it in the street in every highway in Iran. This is the sign, they have it in every highway in Lebanon. And now you need the American to agree? When Hezbollah killed 200 Marines, did the American agree? How come they did not go to war? They did not. 200 Marines killed in one day. 200, not two, not three, not four. People, they say silly, stupid things. Who care if the public agree or not? The election is done. The president is in the White House and the authority is in the hand of those people who care for you. So if those people, they are looking for war, they will start the war and later they will say, sorry, we were wrong. Not all Jews support Zionism. Well, you cannot be a Jew and you don't support Zionism, because Zionism, actually, I believe you do not know what Zionism means. People are stupid, by the way. You cannot be a Jew and you are against Zionism. And you cannot be a Christian and you are against Zionism, because that means you are against the Bible. How do you suggest we deal with the fallout of China that would be available to go with Iran? Well, my friend, the Chinese, you see, the Chinese, they are doing business. They don't care for Iran. They don't care for Russia. They care to make money. This is what China is about. They are communist, zero ethic. China is more interested to do business with USA way more than Russia or Iran, because the money can come from America is way bigger than what they can make from those countries. So China, major interest actually is to do business with USA. In fact, if the Chinese, they start war with USA, they will go bankrupt. Why? In case you do not know, the Chinese, they have a lot of money in USA. A lot of money. So Chinese will never go in war. That's why they are not trying to go on war with they cannot. They are not even capable of, war is not a joke. If you go right now, check the economy of China, it's collapsing. This is why you see right now that #1 migrant in the borders are even Chinese. That's never happened before. So China will never attack you. China, they want to do business. Just do business with them. And their money is already here. They will lose it all. But the Iranian and Hezbollah and those Muslim terrorists, it doesn't matter you do business with them or not. Still, they hate the Christians, they hate the Jews. Communist Islam is the same. You see, Islam uses communists too. Even USA used Islam too. Islam is always used by the evil power. It doesn't matter which country. It doesn't matter. As an example, right now China support the Islamists of Iran. Why they support them? They are Islamists. They are communists. Do you understand? Obama, he gave 650 million to the Islamists of Syria. How Obama, and he is the American president, he support terrorists? Well, that's what they do. It's not about America only. It's not about Russia only. It's not about China. Those have zero ethic. You see, government, we talk about ethic. We talk about what's right, what's wrong. Those people, they see it differently. They don't look the same. They look at things as money. The blood for them is money, is oil, is gas, is uranium. You speak ethic, they speak different language. And Trump is the same. Trump, he don't care for ethic. He care for money. The language he speak is money. They don't have second language, third language. They speak money only. And many of the naive, they think that those people are conservative. Do you see this guy? He want to go to the Congress. Why? Because his wife, she died at war. So he want to use his wife death to be in the Congress. Do you see the other guy in the left? Carson is using that guy. He's looking for material to be aired on the air. What I will do? I bring this guy. Here we go. He want to be a congressman. Tell us what happened. He opposed war. Speak. Go ahead. Tell us, what do you think? Even though what they are saying is nothing smart. They are evil. You know, and you notice here that all those people here who they support Carson, who they claim to be conservative and they claim to be Christians, they don't care for the Christians in Syria. They don't care for the Kurdish Christians in Syria. They don't care for the Assyrian, the Chaldean, the one being raped and killed by all those forces. They don't care. They only care for American kids. We don't count, do we? Yet they claim to be Christian. Tucker Carlson, he claimed to be Christian. When the last time you heard Tucker Carlson speaking about protecting minorities? Christian minority somewhere. Have you ever heard him speaking about that? Do Israel care about the Christians? Absolutely. Why not? There is a lot of soldiers in Israel. They are Christians. Israel is a country. The majority are Jews. But if you are a Christian, you have to serve in the army. There's a Christian congressman. There's a Christian ministers. When the last time you heard that the Israeli are kidnapping Christians and killing them because they are Christians? Don't be stupid. In fact, Christianity is growing so fast in Israel. .6 is the Christian in Israel? All right. Let us say 1.6 as you said, which is false, but I will go with you. What that will do as a population? Does that mean that we should spit at Israel because there's no... Let us say there's zero Christian there. You see how stupid you are? A second ago you said, do Israel care for the Christians? A second after they said, you said there's no Christians. I just search in Google. This is Wikipedia. I don't trust those information. Let us see here. In the year 2021, it says there's 182,000 Christians. They don't count for you? Shall we make it 2 million? I mean, Israel is a small country. How the 182,000 Christians live there? Do they live like the Christians in Pakistan? I can show you tons of videos made by Christian soldiers in the IDF. There's high officers, there's in the Mossad, there's judges, there's teachers. So what do you want from Israel to do? Do you want them to make the president Christian? That will make you happy? A bunch of evil people. They hate Israel. Just say the word Israel. They blame Israel for everything. What Israel is doing to the Christians, what they should do for the Christians, you tell me. What do you expect them to do? Stupid people. What Putin he did to the Christians, he is killing them. What Biden is doing to the Christians, he's putting the flag of the LGBT community in the White House. What Trump he did to the Christians? When Trump he decided to withdraw from Syria, he was protecting the Christians or he was trying to support Turkey to take the land and slaughter them? They want the Jews to protect the Christians around the world. This is how hypocrite those people are. They have a hard time to protect themselves. Those people, they are struggling to protect themselves. And now those cowards, who they hate the Jews and they hate Israel, they want to blame the Jews for everything. So they are asking what Israel did to Christians. What do you want them to do? Who of you is not a coward he dare to call me? Who of you from those who have a big mouth is not a coward he dare to call me in Skype? Anyone? Or you are just a text terrorist? My Skype is open. Okay. All right. Let us see. I don't know, people, they send me long messages. I say send me a message only if it's important. I don't know even how to read. It's like a newspaper. All right. Boris Khan, he is calling me she-male. Okay, let's call this guy. This Abdul calling me she-male. He just asked for it. Hello?
Yeah, hello, hi.
Did you just call me in the text she-male?
Yeah, because you blocked me.
I did not block you. How you can call me then and text me if I blocked you, you idiot?
Because I didn't see you online. Anyways, so
Okay, hold on, Mr. Shemale. As long you mention Shemale, is it true that your prophet he pees sitting, not like a man?
we already talked about it. I don't support.
No, don't tell me. Don't tell me to talk about it. You have to talk about it. It's not up to you. I am the one who decides. You are the one who said. You are the one who said Shemale. Then we have to focus in it. Why your prophet he pee like a female, Mr. Shemale? Give me the reason.
Where in the Quran it says that?
It's not in the Quran.
Okay, then it's not true. All right, I got evidence.
Don't tell me, all right, hold on. If you say to me one more time, I don't care, then I will block you forever. Because it's not up to you to care or not. Those are your books and they are considered holy.
Well, then you Mormons, they consider their books holy, and you reject them, right?
No, we don't accept the Mormon. They are Christians. They are false like you. You are stupid. Do you see how stupid you are? You think that the Mormon are Christians. This is how donkey you are.
What about the
Shut up! Don't change the topic. So, is it true? Is it true your prophet he pee like a woman? Yes or no?
No.
What do you mean no?
It goes against the Quran. He's a perfect model.
Okay, show me where in the Quran it says the prophet don't pee as a woman. You just said, everybody heard you. It goes against the Quran. So if you cannot show me something from the Quran goes against this, that means you have to agree that you are a donkey. Like yesterday I made you agree that you are a donkey more than 6 times. So now we will do the same. Show me the verse in the Quran where it says Muhammad, he don't pee like a woman. Because you said this is against the Quran. Okay, show me. So the Quran spoke about how Muhammad he pee.
Hold on.
That's a good one.
Wait. Okay. Okay. Go to 33:21.
Quran 33:21. Okay.
Yes.
Tell me. Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, read what it says.
You read it. Go ahead. 33. Guys.
Hold on. I have the
Quran 33. Quran 33:21. It says Muhammad don't pee like women.
Yes. It tells you. It's like a clue.
A clue, Mr. Clue. I don't see any clue there, and I don't see any. Shut up! Don't say it. Doesn't say any clue. It says he is the good example. So you have to be like him. This is why all those Muslims, listen, all the Muslims Sunni, they pee sitting down like women. This is why it says he is a good example. So hold on. Now you see you got yourself busted. In fact, because you said you don't follow, you care only for the Quran. But how you can follow the good example of Muhammad if you do not read the life of Muhammad? Go ahead.
I'll have to do.
Don't butt me. Don't butt. Listen. How you can follow the good example of Muhammad if you don't follow the hadith? You are the one who gave me this verse, and now you put your shoe in your mouth. You have to follow the good example of Muhammad. This is what you said, and this is what you choose for me. But in order to know what is the good example of Muhammad, I have to read the hadith so I can see what he did and what he said, so I can follow him.
So what it means is that only good things you have to follow.
I don't care if it's a good thing. Well, who said the Muslim? They think that's pissing like women is a good thing. Kissing men down their belly is a good thing. So explain to me, you coward, now how you say that your prophet is a good example when he is kissing men down their belly. Is that a good thing?
No, it's not.
So why he was kissing men down their belly? Is he a she-male?
I have to, dude. I came here to talk about Paul.
You know, you are not allowed to talk about Paul because yesterday you lied and you said in Act 24.
I said I'll
Shut
do
up, son of
research,
Muta.
right?
You said in Act, and you said before even, you said that in the Bible it says that you can marry your daughter. And then we go and we read it. It says you marry your daughter, which means you marry her to someone. So you are a fraud and you are a person who have no dignity, zero ethic.
What are you talking
And
about?
yesterday,
No,
shut
no,
up. You are the one who mentioned that to me. In same time, yesterday you told me in Act 24, it says
Yes.
that Paul, he created a cult. But this is not what it says. It says the opposite, that those are Jews. Actually, isn't it the Jews, they say that Jesus is a cult leader too? Isn't it the Quran confirm that? This is why they want to kill him. So you are stupid. So they are, shut up. So they are attacking Paul for the same reason they attack Jesus, because he is promoting Christianity between the Jews. And you are a donkey. But don't change the topic now.
I got
Shut up.
evidence.
Shut up. Read for me. You're a prophet reading. He pissed like a woman.
No, he did not, mate.
Read it.
Dude, it's really
Read it.
put that evidence so everybody can see.
Read it.
Paul.
I have the evidence in front of you. I'm not like you. I put evidence in front of you.
Okay, it's not. Hold on. Okay, it's a hadith, man. I want to see Quran.
Don't call me again.
And show me.
Don't call
is
me
it
again,
even-
son of Muta. A person who is ashamed of his prophet act, he don't deserve to talk to me. And this is Sahih. Shut up, coward. Do you see what it says here? Sahih. You're a prophet. People make fun of him because he pee like a woman. No men do that. You're a prophet is a she-male. And the Muslim, they claim that he pee like that so he prevent himself from having urine on his feet. In fact, try it. If you sit down, you sit down is not a toilet seat. Remember, this is not a toilet seat. Sit down in the ground. Imagine you sit down and you are pissing now. You are more close to the ground, and that will make your water come back to you. Your water will hit the ground and come back right away to you. Don't dare to call me and tell me I don't care. Well, if you don't care, well, I will care to talk to you. You are a coward. You are ashamed of what your prophet said. And this is your prophet, and you are the one who said the word she-male. This is why we opened this topic. This is your prophet kissing a man down his belly, and the man kissing his prophet too. And not only that, the man, he left up. Muhammad, he left up his shirt. He stripped so the man can kiss him down his belly. Is that an act of a man or an act of somebody from the LGBTQ community? They call them community. This is what they call them. Imagine we have community by gender and sex. That's weird. But this is what they say. Do you see it? Muhammad, he left up his shirt, and the man, and now both of them, they are naked. The man, he said to Muhammad, but this is not fair. I'm not wearing my shirt and you are wearing your shirt. So Muhammad, he left up his clothing. So now he is naked. And then the man, he embraced him and began to kiss his side. What side? Kashhihi, down his belly. And while he is kissing, he was saying, this is what I wanted. This is what I wanted. It's so cute and so lovely. This is your prophet. Do you see why they don't want us to read this? Do you see why they say I don't care? Because they are ashamed of their prophet. You will not find a true Christian who is ashamed of what Paul said or what he did. Would you? There's no true Christians will do that. There's no true Christians will be ashamed of what John or Peter or any. Only Muslims. They claim that Islam is a preserve, but you ask them how you can follow Islam. They say they have to follow what Muhammad did and what the Quran say. Okay, where we can find what Muhammad did, as the verse here say in chapter 33, verse number 21, he is the good example, so you have to follow him. You have to follow his footsteps, which means whatever he did in his lifetime. How we can learn about it is not in the Quran. The Quran, there's nothing about Muhammad. In the Quran even doesn't say, who is Muhammad? You are ashamed of your book that you say are not authentic gospel. He mentioned to me a book, it's called the Book of Barnabas. That book says that Christ is Muhammad. You are stupid. A book written hundred of years after Jesus and is speaking about things that not even exist. And you are the Muslims who is the first one to refuse it. So why you don't accept it yourself? We laugh at you. We do not deny those books because they are not our books anyway. Anyone can write a book. We have nothing to do with them. Our books is what is written by the disciple of Jesus. Nothing more, nothing less. And we have books written by the church fathers. Those are books of tradition. We can add them to the Bible or we cannot. We don't need to. This is why you see the word Bible mean book of books is not one book. So we can have a Bible, it's the book of Luke alone. This is the Bible. We can have the book of John alone. We can have the book of Mark, etc. And we can have 2, we can have 3, we can have 4, we can have 5. For when they say the word Bible is the collection of the books about God, not only one book. Do we have any brave Muhammadan who is not ashamed of his prophet? And he is not like a Tucker Carlson who switched truth upside down? Coward son of Mut'ah. I have no time for you. Every time he call me, he says something, we got him busted. Like now, he just called me, not even 30 seconds after the verse he said to me, proving to us that he is a big fat liar. He said he don't accept, he don't care, but the verse here says you have to follow the steps of Muhammad, and the only way to do it is to read the hadith, because the Quran does not say how Muhammad lived and what he said. How you can follow the good example of him? Where we can find the good example? In the hadith. Do we have any brave Muslim? If one day I have a son, I will call them by the names of the disciples. Paul, Peter, John, Mark. Best names. They are the best of us. But none of my kids for sure will be called the devil Muhammad. And we showed you in your stupid books how your books praising Paul, you idiot. And you said to me yesterday, you said that you saw a book of tafsir made by the biggest scholars like from the old days, like Ibn Kathir, Al-Qurtubi, etc. they are saying Paul is a bad person and he is the one who corrupt Christianity. When we ask you where we can find, you could not provide any sources. Go and make an article in Wikipedia, you idiot, so you can prove yourself. You should do that. You can go to Wikipedia, you can log in, make an article. Yeah. You can speak as much as you want about Paul, about, you know, we laugh at every Muslim he attack Paul. Because the first question is, why the stupid Muhammad never mentioned his name? If Paul is the problem, but isn't it John says that Jesus is God? Isn't it Peter says that Jesus is God? Isn't it every disciple of Jesus says that Jesus is God, Son of God? So you Muslims are very silly and very stupid. You see, if we can find that Jesus is who we believe is only in the book written by Paul, then I can understand. I say, okay, they are saying that only Paul believe in this, and Christians, they follow Paul. But if we read the four Gospels, which is not the book of Paul, like the book of John, or Luke, or Mark, etc., all of them, they agree from the first line that the Messiah is God. Question, is it true that Paul unlocked the Old Testament for the Gentile? Without Paul, Gentile would not understand the connection. Paul is yeah, you know, Paul is a very, you know, he's a very, let us say, conservative Jew. That's why he did not like the Christians and he used to go after them. He hated them. So he's very knowledgeable in the Old Testament, extremely knowledgeable, very well versed. In the same time, he is decent. So when he attacked Christianity, not because he is a bad person, but because he did not believe in the beginning. He thought that Jesus is just somebody claiming. He's a false prophet, maybe. But Paul, and this is telling you how important belief is, because belief can change you. From a person who hates Christianity and he hates Christ to a person who is a very important person in the church. Paul, he paid his life. He go to his enemies, even he knew they will kill him. Paul not only like present Christianity, the true faith of Jesus, to the Gentiles, but he present the true Christianity to the Jews, because at that time many of the Jews, they start promoting lies about Christianity. The same as we see in Act 24, they start saying lies about Paul. And Paul got them busted. Even they claim that he went to the temple and maybe he threw some dirty animals in the inside the temple to make it dirty. But he just got them busted. He said, I did not even go there. Who saw me? Nobody. I never been there. So obviously, they are trying to frame Paul the same they try to frame Jesus. Like when they come to Jesus and they say to him, do you pay tax to Caesar? What those rabbis or those Pharisees, they were expecting. They were hoping that Jesus will say, no, we should not pay tax to the occupation. If he said that, and they ask him this question in front of the Roman, if he say that, they will arrest him and they will kill him. If he say we should, then the Jews will be angry from him and nobody will follow him no more. Because here we go, he just support the occupation. What Jesus said to them to show them their hypocrisy? He asked one of them, do you have money with you? Do you have a coin? Okay, show me. The guy, he took the coin from his pocket, and the coin, it have a picture in it. He said, this is a picture of who? He said, this is a picture of Caesar. So Jesus said to them, give to Caesar what is to Caesar. So those rabbis, they are evil. They were trying to make Jesus be punished either by the Roman, or he will be hated by the Jews. If you say we should pay tax to Caesar, the Jews will be angry. If you say we should not pay tax, the Roman will kill you. You will be arrested, you will be killed. But the Messiah, he showed them how hypocrite they are. So they are questioning him about paying tax, but the money in their pocket have the image of Caesar. They are the same as the Muslim Abdul right now in Gaza. Did you see the money of the bags? They found them. All the money of bags is in their tunnels are in dollars. So those Muslims, they hate America. Death to America. Those money coming from Iran. So Iran, who hate America, use the money of Caesar. Do you see how hypocrite they are? All the Muslims in the world, when they want to store their money, they don't store. Even the people of Qatar, even the Prince of Qatar, his money is in Europe, in USA. Nobody trusts a bank in the Middle East. So they say, we are against Caesar, but yet their money is in the currency of Caesar, and it is in the bank of Caesar, protected by Caesar. For they are a bunch of hypocrites. Do we have any Muhammadan? I have a message from my sister, the one she sent me, this Muslim who called me yesterday. She is telling me, as I understand, I don't know if this is a woman, she left Islam because she was listening to me, something like that, or I don't know. You tell me what the message is saying. She asked another person from Tanzania, Muslim, friend, your question, what do you like about promo? I said, if you ask me what I like about Jesus, I would hear all night. There's nothing I disagree with and nothing I am impressed about. She left Islam and now she is following Christ. You taught me a lot. Thank you. All right. So she is saying, the sister here, she learned from here and she used the information she learned to make a Muslim woman leave Islam. Wonderful. Do we have any Muhammadan? Any Muhammadan? Appear to me she left Islam, become a Christian? I don't know. Maybe, I don't know. You know, English is not my first language, so sometime I might, like, if some English is not clear for me, I might get confused with it. All right. Do we have any Muhammadan? So, you know, my message today about this Carson and Putin, all those people are false. Christian people should not promote war between Christians. Christian people should promote peace around the world anyway. But we should not support the wicked men. Doesn't matter who they are. This is why I don't support Joe Biden, because he's a wicked man. Yet he claimed to be Christian, remember. When he took the oath, he took it in the Bible. All those wicked men who they are in the Liberal Party, and even some of them, they are in the Republican. When they die, they take them to the church. But they are wicked. So when the Lord, he says, not everyone says to me, Lord, Lord, will enter my kingdom, he was talking about those people. And we as a Christian, we should not take a side because of politics, but we take a side because of the truth. We should not support a Christian army invading a Christian neighbor. That is not a Christian act. We should not even support a Christian army invading a Muslim neighbor just because they are Muslims. That's not right. Otherwise, we are acting the same as the Muslims. If we are invading to take back what the Muslim they took from us, this is a different story. We should not support the wicked ones. And there's a lot of wicked people in this world. Show you something new about the disgusting Islam? I don't know what to show you. I want to teach you something about how to clean yourself after you masturbate or after you do poo-poo. What do you think? I'm going to teach you something will help you for your hygiene. When the Prophet he do masturbation or have sexual intercourse, how he dry and clean his hands. It is something very important to learn so we can be clean. I don't want you to get sick. And in the same time, I bet you that the bedroom of a Prophet Muhammad was full of Picasso art, because Prophet Muhammad used to dry his hands after he do, masturbation or sex. He dry his hands on the wall. Isn't this is really beautiful? And this is why the Muslim, they do that the same. Let us see. Obviously, Prophet Muhammad, yes, he takes shower with dead dogs and women blood from period. But he is very, very clean person. Isn't it really beautiful that after you have sexual intercourse and you touch your penis and your women private part, and now you wanna clean your hands. You dry your hands on the wall. How many of you practice such a beautiful thing in his bedroom? Does it say that he rubbed his hand on the wall and then in English says in the earth? No, it doesn't say earth. It says on the wall. Any Muhammadan? I don't know if that was new for you or it was old. But anyway, you can learn it. Prophet Muhammad always, you know, he's the best of cleaning. Any Muhammadan? Nobody? Let us look at Skype again. All right, let us see. Nothing in Skype. Not a single Abdul. The only Abdul who texted us, it was this idiot, Mr. I don't care. Mimo, don't use a bad language, otherwise I will block you. Do you understand, Mimo? Any Muhammadan? Call him back? No, he's boring. I don't know. I think this guy remind me of the Abdul. He went to do he went to hunt a lion. Did I tell you this story? It's a kind of a dirty joke. So this guy, he went to kill the lion, and he asked where to find the lion. They said to him, he will find him always in the middle of the wood. There's a big oak tree. He sleep underneath of it. You will not miss it. It's so huge tree. So the Abdul, he went there, and he have with him a shotgun, have only one bullet. He went there and he shot at the lion, but he missed. The lion, he woke up. But this lion is, he liked to have sex with men. So the lion, he said to him, you have one of two choices. Either I do boom boom to you or I eat you. Which one you choose? This guy, he said, okay, boom boom. So the lion have boom boom with him, and he did not eat him as they agree. Second day, this guy, he come back to kill the lion again. But this time he have a shotgun with 2 bullets. He shot it twice and he missed. The lion woke up. He said, you again. All right. Either I eat you or I do boom boom to you. The guy, he said, okay, boom boom. This man, he went, and now he came back with Schmeiser gun, have 10 bullets. He shot at the lion while he is asleep under the tree. The lion, he woke up again. So now he did, the lion, he said to him, how many bullets you shot? He said 10 times. He said, okay, then I have to do with you 10 times boom boom. Or I eat you, which one? The guy, he said, okay, 10 times boom boom. 4th day, 5th day, the guy, he keep coming and with more bullets. And then he came with a Kalashnikov gun, AK-47, have 30 bullets in it. He stood in the front of the tree, the lion is sleeping, and he starts shooting. In a miraculous way, he missed all the bullets. The lion, he woke up and he looked at him. He said, for the sake of Allah, are you coming here to shoot at me or to get boom, boom? I'm just trying to be polite with the real word he used in Arabic. And this is what the Muhammadan who call me from time to time. Are you really calling me to shoot me or to get boom, boom? You call me, you get to spank, my hand hurt from spanking you. And you call me again. Every 2 seconds you shoot a bullet, we put it in your mouth. I'm just trying to be polite. So are you trying? Are you coming here to hunt the lion really? You are not. Yeah. I mean, is it possible that this guy, he come 100 of times to shoot and each time he come, he miss? Even the lion, he got it. Like, what the heck? You again? 30 bullets you shot and you missed? They will always miss it. Do we have any Muhammadan? He is coming to find a crack he can in Islam. I mean, look what he just did. He told us, he keep telling us that he don't care for the hadith, and he gave me this verse. It's like he's helping me. He's an idiot. This verse says you have to follow the hadith because simply you have to have the knowledge about how Muhammad was the best example. And how Muhammad was the best example? By having sex with the children, by going after his own son wife when the husband is not there. By the Prophet, if his eyes fall into a woman, her husband must divorce her. By the Prophet taking the fifth of the booty and the best of the booty and the biggest screen TV from the booty. Any Muhammadan? Pork Bacon says, you just cannot accept other people don't agree with you. You see, Pork Bacon, but you are the one who said that Zionists and radical Muslims and Christians are evil. So look what happened. It is you who don't agree with the one because those have their opinion. What do? You call them evil because they have their opinion on life, in politics. Do you see how stupid those people, they think they are smart? So why you called the Zionist evil and the radical Christian evil and the Muslims evil? So if people, they call you not evil, call you stupid, you get angry. But you have the right to call them evil, right? So what about you practice that in yourself? You came here, you are cursing everybody. You are putting down everybody. You put the Christians, you put the Jews, and you put the Muslims. Who's left? You, the atheist, the pork? So tell yourself, if this is your logic, practice your logic, but obviously you don't follow your own logic. You don't like your logic. You are very logical in an unlogical way. You are like a Tucker Carlson. Do we have any Muhammadan? Anyone? No, you cannot say that, because when you say a radical Christian, how he can be evil? A radical Christian is somebody is a monk. How you are evil if you are radical? Radical Christian is someone very conservative, following the teaching of Christ. Is that correct, people? So how you can be evil? So you are stupid again. You cannot be a radical Christian and you are evil. What will happen is the opposite. If you are a radical Christian, you will be a very good person. So either you are being silly, dummy, you don't know what you are saying, you just say words without knowing what they mean. What radical Christian mean? A person he pray a lot? Huh? What a radical Christian mean? Why you don't call me? Call me and explain to me what radical Christian mean, and then you will see that you are very stupid. I'm not insulting you, by the way. I'm insulting stupidity. Because I don't think you think what you are saying. You heard this statement from somebody, you paste it here. Radical Christians. Well, Paul is a radical Christian. John is a radical Christian. They never killed anyone. They never rape anyone. They never steal. They never lie. So how that make them evil, as you just said? You are just a very silly person, have big mouth, you do not know what you are saying. And you get upset for what I say. You are like a Tucker Carlson. Radical Christians is the first one to enter heaven, not the last one, for they are the best of the best. Radical Christian is someone who takes Christianity seriously, very seriously, and that impact every step of his life. How that can make him evil? But you heard this from somebody, I'm assuming. Somebody post this in Facebook and Twitter. You like it, huh? Radical Muslim, radical. You know what? Actually, the purpose of this statement is to make us equal to Muslims. You know what I mean? Equal to the terrorist Muslims. So radical Christian, radical Jews, radical Muslims, all are evil. So they are trying to protect Islam by this statement, by making everyone else the same as the Muslim terrorist. You cannot do that, because simply when you say the word Christian, that means Christ is a terrorist. You are making Muhammad and Christ equal. When a Muslim, when you say a radical Muslim is a true Muslim, you are being stupid. When you say a radical Christian is a true Christian, a radical Jew is a true Jew. Paul, he killed many Christians before he found Jesus Christ. Well, I don't know about how many he killed. Maybe he killed 0, maybe he killed 1. I don't know. But what we know that Paul, as the Christian, he never do something wrong. All of us in our life we do wrong, even after we become Christians. Who are you to judge? Christians are better than other people. Why not? I can judge. Why not? Our life is a series of judgment. Like now I said you are stupid, and look, your answer to me is very stupid. Who are you? But a second ago you said radical Christians are evil. So why you are judging if you don't want anyone to judge? Obviously, you are suffering from a low IQ. Look what she said to me, guys. Who are you to judge that the Christians are better? Who are you then to judge the Christians are worse? You see how stupid you are? Majority of our corrupt politicians, no, they are not. None of them is a Christian. Name one for me. Name one politician, he is corrupt, he is a Christian. Give me one. Joe Biden, he is not a Christian. This guy, he support LGBT, he support atheist. Who, Obama? George Bush? What is the Christians you are talking about? Trump? Those aren't Christians. If they are Christians, they will care for Christians, but they don't. If a Christian president, he become a president and he's a Christian, I think he will cause a revolution from the first day he begin the office. Those people, they are doing politics, and that's why they don't say the truth. Like Joe Biden now, he don't say the truth about what he believes. But this guy is obviously is racist. He made laws against the black people. He fought against them. He put them in jail. You know, we have his videos. Tucker Carlson, you go listen to his audio, the one leak about the black people. But he claimed that he is an ethical, he is a good person. And now he claimed that this is something he said a decade ago. Well, does it make a difference if he said that a decade ago or a year ago? But yet they claim to be Christians. Can a Christian man claim to be Christian and he make fun of someone because he is a black or Asian or not from his color or ethnic? Is that what Christianity teaches us? So they give themselves the name so they can be accepted in the business. So that because the majority of those who watch, the public, the majority of this country is a Christian. If Tucker Carlson, he was in Iran, he would say death to America, death to Israel, because the majority, that's what they believe. Those are doing business. Whatever people like to hear, they say. Pork bacon. You have to apologize first before you discuss with me anything, that when you said radical Christians are evil, because what you said is stupid. Radical Christians are not terrorists, and they don't put bombs. Radical atheists are. They are. You can't be a Christian and you decide to put a bomb in a church or even in a mosque or in a synagogue or anything. So you have a big mouth and you say stupid things. We Christians, we have guns and we are very armed. Do you see us going around shooting people as they do? We don't. Who is holding us? Can we go and shoot someone because he's a Muslim just because, and we say in the name of Jesus? We cannot. Can I receive the blessing of Jesus for killing somebody just because he's a Muslim? We cannot. Putin, who changed his skin, he was a KGB, and he is an atheist, and he is a communist, and now he is playing the game that he is a Christian. Why? Because the majority of the country now, the one who will vote, they are Christians. Then you will see a video of Putin going to the church. But this is the same guy, he just killed Maybe, I don't know what the number of Ukrainian get killed until now. I don't know, 50,000, 100,000, I'm not sure. But he claimed to be Christian. What the Lord, he says, from their fruits you shall know them. It's not by wearing a cross. It's not by having a cross. Radical Christians are those Christian leaders who their followers are claiming, just get out of here, pork. I lost my patience with you. It's not up to you to tell me who is radical Christians. It's us. We are the Christians. We are the Christians. And we are the one who tell you what radical Christian mean. Radical Christian is someone carry the Bible and he spend his life preaching the gospel. That is a radical Christian. You're just being stupid. And I have to block you now. You are just like a camel who keeps chewing in the same grass forever. I'm done with you. It's not up to you to tell me who is the radical Christian. It's us. We are the Christians. It is the Bible who tells us who is radical Christians. When Jesus said, not everyone say, Lord, Lord. So not everyone say, Christ, Christ, he's a Christian, but the one who do the will of my Father. That is the radical Christian. What radical mean? He take it seriously. He's very much attached to it. He's extreme. But the truth is, this is not extremist. This is about being Christian. But because these days there's a lot of fake, so they call the one who is real, they call them extreme. An extreme Muslim is a true Muslim. Osama bin Laden is a true Muslim. ISIS are true Muslims. This is the fact. The rest are not Muslims. This is the real Muslim. The real Muslim is the one who is a terrorist. We don't care about the words radical, fundamental, whatever words they use in dictionary, but we know where all those words will lead. At the end of the day, not everything is shiny is gold. So you can paint yourself with shiny color, golden color, but that does not make you gold. And that goes for those who claim to be something. People, they change their side, they bend in the business. So Putin, when he was in the communist state, he was a KGB. Putin, when the country is not under the control of communist, he is now a Christian. He go to the church. He don't avoid any occasion to be in the church, and the TV is just on him. Correct? Why he do that? Because now the days of the communists are over. Today, the blessing of the church is very important. If Russia become a country of atheists, Putin, he will be atheist making fun of the Bible. It's very simple. But now the majority, you know, I have actually a live stream every day. I once watch an Orthodox Russian Orthodox service, and now YouTube keeps suggesting to me. I'm using different account from the one I use in this page here. So every time I open my YouTube, it shows me live broadcast in Russian church. And I'm really, I'm so happy to see that the church is really, all those churches, not even one of them I saw, is not full, like thousands of people. Thousands. Too bad I don't have, I'm not using this account here to go to history and show you. Because you can go to your history and you can check out the channels, the one you watched before. But let me see, I will do this. I will use Google Translation and translate to Russian and search in YouTube. And I will search for okay, let's see if that will work. Searching in the Russian language. Well, I don't see any life. I did not type life, so I should maybe add in the translation the word life. Well, now, actually now it's what? What is the time now in Russia? Yeah, they are not really, they will not be live. Yeah, it's going to be like, right now people are asleep there. Yeah. Very beautiful prayer, very beautiful churches, very beautiful people, and it's I really like it. I enjoy it, and I like the Orthodox Bible, like to say the way they sing it, the way they pronounce it, the way they it's very beautiful. Yeah, right now they are asleep. Which Pope he kissed the Quran? Well, he maybe did it. And, I believe this is wrong. This is very bad, it's stupid. But remember, the Pope is not really a religious man. He is a president of a country. And he is doing politics. This is why politics is bad. Yeah, it's 7 a.m. in Moscow right now. Oh, okay. All right, let's see. Yeah, until now I don't see any live broadcast. Zero. All right. Well, it's getting really late for me, and I want to say, guys, thank you. Look like today the topic is not important for many. Maybe people are watching different channel, people who support Tucker Carlson, not people who oppose this idiot. But I say to you, don't let those people influence you. You should be influenced by the Bible and the teaching of Christ. Those people, they make money off you. They are not doing you a favor. Tucker Carlson, he don't care really for Putin. He don't care for Ukraine. He care as a person who promote himself to be in the top of his business. The second he started laughing, I was saying, this guy, I mean, this guy is literally an idiot. Obviously, either he is so much nervous and acting like a fool. I cannot believe it that he laughed at Putin. If I am there, actually, I would do something different to Tucker Carlson. I will wipe the floor with him. I'm really surprised that Putin, he was very patient with this idiot. He laughed at him. After a few seconds from starting the conversation.
Conflict in Ukraine started. And you said that you were acting because you had come to the conclusion that the United States, through NATO, might initiate a, quote, surprise attack on our country. And to American ears, that sounds paranoid. Tell us why you believe the United States might strike Russia out of the blue. How did you conclude that?
It's not that America, the United States, was going to launch a surprise strike on Russia.
Look at this laugh now. Look at this.
Are we having a talk show or a serious conversation?
Look at this. Look.
Here's the quote.
Look at this. Can you believe it? How stupid this idiot is? Imagine if this guy is not a journalist and he is not famous. And you laugh at someone like Putin. He just laugh at Putin. If this is Putin and he is the Caesar of Russia, he will chop his head. This guy will disappear. He just laugh at the guy who is doing an interview with him, who is the president of Russia. This is how stupid he is. I cannot believe he did such an act. I saw him interviewing many people. I never saw this laugh. Putin, he did mock him, but this guy is the president of Russia, and he is in Russia. He is not in USA to say I'm protected. Anyway, what an idiot. I like Putin. I don't care what you all say. Well, okay, you know, you like Putin. Maybe you will like him more if you start using nukes. And then you will be out of electricity and you will be out of food. You know, do you know that the bread of price, the bread price is twice more this year because of the stupid Putin war in Ukraine? They don't care. I like Putin, you know, they like Putin. Yeah, just wait. If war happened, if war started, all of you will die from hunger like dogs. I like Putin. Do you see what's happening right now in Russia? Hundreds of thousands of Russians, they are abroad. They run away because they don't want to be drafted to go at war. If you ask the Russian men now, where are they? They are in Turkey, they are in Romania, they are in Slovakia, they are anywhere, they are in Thailand. Thailand is full of them. You walk in the street, there's nothing but Russian. I like Putin. Yeah, I like Putin. Those people, they are very dangerous. They can cause your death. It doesn't matter where you live. There is war right now as we speak in Africa because of the price of bread, the price of a bread in those countries. They can't afford to buy bread no more. People are silly, people are stupid. You know, I like Putin. What do you like about him? Is your boyfriend? What do you mean you like him? What he did to you? Give me the accomplishment of Putin. He built a mosque for $150 million in the heart of Moscow, and now the Muslims, they come from around Russia by tens of thousands and they flood Moscow. Is that why you like him? He destroyed the economy of Russia. Thousands and thousands of men are dying. He sent those criminals of Wagner, and then he killed the head of Wagner. He killed his own dog. People do not know what they are saying. This guy is a KGB. He killed, God knows how many he tortured. Do you know what KGB mean? Maybe you do not know. But anyway, you know, this is the whole idea. TV and interview is to make you look shiny. And if they were successful, it's about propaganda. You know, that's it. Like even now, Trump, he tried his best to make himself shiny, but Trump, he's a Trump, he cannot change. Like today, I saw a commercial of Trump. Buy Trump gold bar. What? Why you want to buy a Trump gold bar? What is that? Because there's Trump in it. What do you mean by Trump gold bar? Are you trying to make America great again, or trying to get richer and richer and richer? Huh? Trump gold bar? And the advertising by his voice, which means he is the one behind it. What the heck is that? Official Trump store. What? They will never have enough money. I mean, this guy, he live in palaces. He have, the walls are covered by gold. He have his own jet. He is, you know, by Trump gold bar. What the heck is that? What we will do with this bar? It's an investment because it have the picture of Trump. And who is going to buy it? Everyone who is dumb. They will never have enough money. Like this is Tucker Carlson. How much money he have? They will never have enough. They will not. They are always going to be poor because they have a poor soul. And they are money worshippers. Yeah, why in the world Trump he is doing that? Why? What those commercials for? And you know what? You have to donate for Trump so he can win the election. Trump, who have billions of dollars, he need my $10 donation? He will be a president. I will give the money. Why? If you want to attend any meeting with Trump, like in this rally, you have to pay too. There's a ticket. It's not for free. They fool you, all of them. Biden, Trump, Democrat, Republic, buy our t-shirt. If you go on YouTube, all those who they claim to be religious, what they have in their website? T-shirt, mud cup, teacup, hat, buy it. You know, if you support us by buying this. Do you think Putin trying to suck up the Saudi? Well, you know, the Saudi, they are Bedouin. Bedouin, you see the Quran speak about the Bedouin. The Bedouin, the Arab, they have no loyalty, generally speaking. That's why the Quran mentioned it. It's true. So, nobody can be their friend, and they will never be friend to anyone. They are your friends when you are strong. They are your enemy when you are weak. They will be the first one to stab you in your back. So Putin or America, it doesn't matter. Both of them, they don't associate with the Saudi unless they want to get something from the Saudi. This is not only about Putin. All countries is the same. And the Saudi will not associate with the American unless the American, they can give them something in return. It's always about an exchange of benefit, which is normal. I mean, between states, this is always normal. But in the case of, let us say, unethical countries, the exchange is more than a business deal or buying weapon. The exchange is to support them when they slaughter people. Like in Saudi Arabia, if you open your mouth, you are dead. Americans who watch a human right around the world, they go blind when the Saudi, they kill somebody just for an opinion. They go blind when in Qatar you go disappear for your opinion. But their eyes open wide if you are not their friend. And right away they will put sanctions on you, like they do with Putin. So all those countries, the leaders of them, they are evil. And none of them is ethical. They go blind when they want. They open their eyes when they want. They speak about a human right when they want. And they don't care for a human right when they want. So this is not about Russia or versus America. This is, for us here, we stand for what is right. We are not defending a citizenship. I'm not here taking the side of America against somebody else. No, no, no. When America is wrong, we say America is wrong. When Russia is wrong, we say Russia is wrong. It doesn't matter who. There's a lot of, it's all about money and power. Nothing personal. Those people don't believe in God, they do not know God. They have nothing to do with God. God is not part of their agenda. I love Zelensky. He murdered an entire generation to launder money for people abroad, to put Christians in jail. He refusing to give their churches to him, make them propaganda state church. Saying thank you, Miss Biggie. How are you doing, Biggie? You are smart today, huh? This is one of the other lies many people they say. If I am the president of Ukraine, and then a church priest or a bishop, he support the country which is killing our kids, not only I will put him in jail, he should be executed for treason. Let us make it simple. If somebody now, he is in the Church of Ukraine, and I can give you an example. A Christian Orthodox priest, he posts in his website the word war. He did not even support Ukraine. He was arrested immediately for saying the word war. Putin, he made a law criminalizing anyone who used the word war. So look what Piggy she said. That Zelensky, he murdered entire generation. How? By letting them fight the invasion of Putin and Kadyrov. If Zelensky is a good man, he should let Kadyrov rape the Christian women in Kiev. And that will make him a good man. He should surrender. Because who are you to defend your country? See how evil he is, Zelensky? But imagine if Zelensky is going all the way with his army to Moscow. What Piggy she will say? She will say, I love Zelensky. He was defending his country by going to Moscow. What a stupid people. Zelensky is illegitimate. You are just a stupid. He was elected. And when you say he's a murderer, you idiot, this guy is an actor, he's a comedian. I mean, look how silly how they are. If this guy was an army officer, this guy is literally a comedian. People are sick and they make me sick. They make me sick. People are disgusting, really. So this guy, he just became a president. The Russian, they invade his country. What he should do? Oh, he's a murderer. What he did? He told his army to defend the capital and to defend Ukraine. He's a murderer. Oh, okay. You can support your communist. Look who is talking about communist. Your Putin, he support Iran. He support China. He support the communists in Syria. He support Hezbollah. He support Hamas. Suddenly, Miss Piggy, who hate Islam, she support Putin and support Hamas. And suddenly, Zelensky, he support the communist. How? Do you like to kill me, to call me Miss Piggy and tell me how Zelensky support the communist? Do you like to give us some information we do not know? Or you are just a stupid fool? You say stupid things. How in a country practice capitalism, Zelensky is supporting communist? No, you have to tell me how that works. Can you call me and tell me where you get your information that Zelensky, he support the communist? I want to learn from you. Can you please call me and give me some information? As I know that Ukraine is a free country and you can have millions and trillions of dollars if you want. As I know that Zelensky, he want to join the NATO. As I know that he want to join European Union. As I know he give a freedom for anything. Go, invest, bring your money, do anything you want. So how this guy suddenly became a communist? So Putin, who was a KGB communist dog, he is not a communist for you now, he's a Christian. And Zelensky, who is a comedian actor, he have nothing to do with war and killing, he is the criminal. Do you see how they go around and they lie? You know, simply they support this war. They support bloodshed for the sake of the money. No, Putin is a communist when the communists are in charge. Putin is a Christian when the Christians are in charge. Putin is a Muslim when the Muslims are in charge. Depends who's in charge. Ukraine is so free, they deleted TV channel that don't support propaganda. Okay, hold on. If somebody spoke against their own troops supporting the enemy, not only I will delete the channel, I will delete everyone inside the channel. So imagine we have a TV station supporting Hamas and it is broadcasting from Tel Aviv. What the Israeli should do? Do you see how silly stupid you are? So you tell us he closed a channel because it's not a free? Well, I was in Ukraine and I spoke against Zelensky in the street, everywhere. I say I don't like what this guy is doing. I don't like how he, even before the war, and nothing happened to me. Nobody reported me, no police questioned me, nobody said anything about me. They knew I have a channel, they knew what I say, they knew everything about me. You are stupid. In the time of war, anyone who supports the enemy, who is killing our soldiers as we speak, if he do such a thing, that is a treason. You are just a donkey. Who is the one? Let us see. Is it possible that everybody in Russia support Putin in his war against Ukraine? No. I can show you right now how many people are arrested in Russia. How come Missy, she don't see that? How many people they are now having their YouTube channel speaking against Putin, and they are Russian. But where they are speaking from abroad. I watch many of them. And they are just Russian. They are not Ukrainian. They run away from Putin. Why? Because in Russia they cannot speak. Do you see how silly they are? This is war. And how in the world this is not democracy to support the enemy who is invading our country? So he will close, if I am him, I will close a church. I will execute the priest who support the enemy. Not only I will take him to jail. Honest to God, I will hang him from his balls, not from his neck. What a freedom, you coward. How this can be about freedom? Those people, they lost hundreds of thousands of their kids. There's no men left in the country. Sick, ugly people. Don't ever come here again. They invade your land. They send the Muslim army to torture you, to kill you, to rape your women, to steal your grains, to take your land, your farms. And then they blame the Ukrainian. Can you believe it? It's so clear that the Ukrainians are the aggressive. This is why Kadyrov army was less than 2 miles from the heart of the capital of Kyiv. Do you see how aggressive the Ukrainian? Obviously, they are not even prepared for war. They don't even have one drone. So those cowards, they have no ethic. They support the criminal and they accuse the victim of being the criminal. And when we show them the evidence that Putin always, he never complained about Ukraine taking a land from Russia. This is the website of Putin. We showed to you already. He came to Kyiv 2003, shaking hands with the president of Kyiv. How come at that time he did not complain? And he met the president after him, and the president after him, and the president before him. How come he never complained about Crimea? Oh no, you know, at that time, those are their puppy. They don't ask for independence. They are independent by name. As long as they are independent by name, it's okay. He was so excited, shaking hands. Why? Because now the Ukrainians agree to run the gas line. This war is about the gas line, you donkeys. They forced the Ukrainian to sign the agreement. He forced them to sign a treaty, and then he is the one who broke the treaty. All what they want. Is to control Ukraine so he can guarantee his gas line going to Europe. When he noticed that the Ukrainians, they don't want to do it no more, he decided to go at war. That's it. He lost his patience. They don't agree with me to run my gas line? Well, I will make my gas line run in their throat. Go and invade. This is why Putin, this is how much they look down at the Ukrainian. They don't even, very filthy man, he called the attack operation. Do you know what does that mean? He don't even consider the Ukrainian army as an army. It's operation. It's like, you know, it's like fixing your teeth, you know. It's a little surgery. It's not even a war. And he make a command that anyone he say the word war, he will go to jail. He made a law about it. They vote for it in the parliament, supposedly, which is nothing true. Fake parliament. Why he called it operation? Because they looked down at the Ukrainian. They could not believe that those poor people, they can resist and they can defeat them. He thought if we send those Kadyrov terrorists, dogs, criminals, gangs, the Ukrainian, they will take off their pants and please don't kill us. What happened is the opposite. Kadyrov, he run like a dog. And right now, the Ukrainian is 100 times more stronger. They are making their own drones. In the beginning of the war, they have 0 drone. I saw the documentary about a kid. He's not even 16 years old or 15 years old. He is the one who helped the Ukrainian army buy a toy drone, like the one you buy from Amazon. Imagine the whole army don't have a drone. They don't have one. This is why the Ukrainian, they start buying the Turkish drones. Even they made a song for it. They are not prepared for war. And the American, they did not give them any real weapon. And the stupid Biden, he keeps saying before the attack, we make it clear, we will not intervene. It doesn't matter what happened. So Putin, he heard the message. The American, they will not. So what is stopping me? Operation, go. Which one is better? Sign agreement with them, negotiate with them, do diplomacy with them, or I take the whole country in 24 hours and I will claim the whole land and the people inside it. And this is why now they occupy the land and they force Russian passport to everybody. They take your Ukrainian ID and they burn it. And they give you a Russian passport. You agree, you don't agree, you are Russian now. This is how evil this man is. If the Ukrainians are doing the same, what people will say? No honesty, no dignity. And you know, I'm not supporting Ukraine because I'm siding with Ukraine. If Ukraine is doing that, I will go against Ukraine. In fact, me, myself, I have a lot of, let us say, because we as a Christian in the Middle East, we have a great history with the Russians. The Russians are great people for us. We don't hate them. We will never hate them. We will never support the enemy of the Russians. When some people, they say, like as we see here, real Viney James said, the USA wanted to draw Putin into war. No, it's not true. Obviously, the American didn't know what they are doing. The American, they were convinced that Putin will take Ukraine in 2 days. No resistance. This is why they asked the president of Ukraine to come, him and his wife and his children, to USA as a refugee. If he listened to them, this is why I don't like the guy, but I respect him. He did not run. He did not listen to the American. If this guy, he took an airplane, the whole country collapsed. Putin, he will take the land. He refused. He stayed, even though the Russian army was just few miles away. So when the American, they offer him to run, obviously the Americans themselves are not convinced that Ukrainian can fight the army of Putin. They are not drawing Putin to war. They want Putin. They cannot stop him. That's it. You know, they left. Let us say they betray Ukraine. Western countries is the same as my Arabian friends in the Middle East. I remember once, I was like a high school, and we had a fight with other group, and I have like behind me, like, I don't know, 17, 18 young boys. We are like 17 years old, something like that. And there's a group we will fight with, supposedly now. A real fight, like, you know, boxing, you know, I mean, kids. And then when we look at the end of the street, we saw like, what the heck is that? It's like 100 men are coming. And I was walking in the front. And I say, guys, don't get intimidated. We will fight them. And then nobody answer. I look behind me, they are gone. I was alone. They saw like 100 guy coming. All the one was coming with me, supposed to fight them. And by the way, it was not even my fight. They turned their back and they run. This is what the American did to Ukrainian president. Somebody saying Zelensky is the dog of USA. Okay. And Kadyrov is the dog of who? I mean, people are so stupid and so silly. He is a dog. The poor guy, he is at war. He is begging everybody for help. If that what make him dog to protect his country, well, he is a good dog then. And you are evil. The dog is the one who run and put his tail between his legs. When the enemy come, he did not. He stay in his land. Stupid people. I thought Zelensky is a Jew. Yes, he's a Jew. He was not a Jew. He is a Jew. And this is other proof that Ukrainians are not racist and they are not prejudiced against anybody. He is a Jew. Yet they elect him. They knew he's a Jew, yet they elected him. And by the way, I learned something about Zelensky. Say he is a Jew, right? If you are a Jew, what you should do usually? You should side with someone who is a Jew, right? The owner of the biggest bank in Ukraine, he was a Jewish businessman. Zelensky went after him for corruption, and now the guy, I don't know if he's in jail or he ran away, but his bank now become an government bank, which means Zelensky, he took the bank of the Jewish guy. He don't care that he is a Jew, but he cared that he is corrupt. The biggest bank of Ukraine now is the government bank, but this never was a government bank. It was a bank owned by a Jew. Anyone knows what the name of the bank? Anyone knows? So if Zelensky is a person who is he don't care for his country, why he want to go against his own people, the Jews in Ukraine? When I heard what happened, let me search Ukraine biggest bank. This was not. It's called Privet Bank. Privet Bank. If you search who is the founder of the bank, you will find that the founder is a Ukrainian Jew. So Zelensky is a Jew. When he found out that this man, he did money laundering, he is a corrupt, he is a criminal, he went after him. And he took the bank from him. And now the bank is owned by the Ukrainian government. How I can say that this man is a bad man? Somebody saying Ukraine is the most corrupt country in Europe. I don't know, Axim. I think the most corrupt countries is those who allow migrant to come to their countries and rape their women. Is those who have no borders, is those who don't dare to speak against what's happening in their country. Those are the corrupt. What I know that in Ukraine, I don't see 10,000 migrant Muslim praying in the middle of the square shouting Allahu Akbar to kill the infidels. I see that in your Europe. I did not see it in Ukraine. All Ukrainian enjoying the life in Germany. They got the money from the government, shopping every day. We need to pay tax to feed Muslims, to feed Ukrainian. Okay, Bisco, I want to ask you a question. Why you are stupid then? Why you are giving your money to the Muslims and Ukrainian? Who is forcing you? So the stupid you cry for something you did. Let us say I'm a Ukrainian and I came to Germany. And the German, they gave me an apartment and a salary and the money, and I go do shopping and I have a big screen TV. Is that my fault, or this is the fault of you as a donkey? You tell me. They want to blame the Ukrainian. First of all, just to let you know, everything you said is stupid. Nobody will stay in your Germany. For Germany is not even safe. It's not even a country no more. I went to Germany. The air is dirty. The street is filthy. You go in the train, you see nothing but Abdul. Do you even have a country? Do you even have a police? Do you? The real German, they are hippies. I saw a woman sitting in the street. She have 3 cans in the front of her to donate to her, and she have a board in the front of every can. She said, this is for my drugs. This is for my beer. This is for my weeds. And this is I don't know for what. Those are the German. Do you have even a country? So isn't it better if you have a Ukrainian who they are Christians and they are coming to your country from having all those people who they hate you? Ukrainians are educated. They are. They are the top IT engineers in the world. The top web designer, the top security, the top hackers, the top whatever you want. Who you brought to your country? In fact, the Ukrainians are worth to you. Germans don't want to work as a taxi driver because they are German. They cannot work as a taxi driver. No way, I'm a German. So who is going to be your taxi driver? A Ukrainian. You should kiss their ass and say thank you. If you go to any of those countries, who is the taxi driver? None of you work as a taxi driver. So proud, so arrogant, so empty, so foolish. I went to Germany, I met no German. Where is the German in Germany? How come you don't complain about Iranian in Germany? From Kosovo, from Serbia. I met from everywhere, but I did not meet one German. Am I lying? Am I? So now the Ukraine are the problem? CP, you make like Abdul. Bible is corrupt. Without to know Bible, you live in USA, but you know better than we live in with Ukrainian. Okay, I have a solution for you. What about you kick the Ukrainian out? Why you don't do that? If you say to me, I cannot, okay, that means you are stupid. That means you lost control of your country. And that make you more guilty than smart. If the citizen of Germany don't like to have Ukrainian, yet they bring the Ukrainian, that means you lost control of your country, and that means you are stupid. Who is forcing you to have them? Did the Ukrainian force themselves on you? Trust me, the day the war is over, nobody will stay in so-called Germany. Ukraine is so beautiful. It's so cheap compared to Germany. In Germany, you work like a dog, but you cannot own an apartment. What do you have in Germany? If you work for 60 years, what is your accomplishment in Germany? How do you call me to prove me wrong? I have my Skype is open. Text me in Skype and I will call you. Which country in Europe is not messed up? Ukraine is better than all of you together. At least they make their own food. All of you stupid European, you closed your nuclear facility and now you are buying the gas of Qatar. Ukrainian did not. They are smarter than you. It's a fact. Quasar, he is saying, when you come to Ukraine, it will be my pleasure to show you around. I don't know where you live, Quasar, but thank you for the invitation. People, they say stupid. I've been all around Europe. Let me tell you, something happened to me when I was in Ukraine last time. I have an issue with my shoes. I bought new shoes. I bought them from USA, you know, and that's why I cannot return them. Like, I mean, I'm in Ukraine right now, so. And those shoes, they hurt my feet badly. I can't even walk with it no more. So I searched on the internet for a shoe store, and I don't want to buy something expensive. There's a brand. I don't want to buy something is acceptable, at least temporarily, until I go back to the state. I went to the area, which is up here in Google, but I could not find the store. I saw a guy. He's coming from a building. There's nobody in the street in that area. It's like, narrow roads. This guy hardly he speak, even though I can tell he is educated. You know, he dressed nice and he's very gentleman. So I asked him if he can show me. I showed him the map. I showed him the address in the Ukrainian language. This guy, he spent 15 minutes walking with me. I was even ashamed. I keep saying to him, you don't need to continue with me. It's okay, you know. And then I was thinking maybe he will ask me for money or something. I mean, this guy, he don't want to leave. He keep walking with me, looking. He start asking. He called, and we could not find the place. We could not. Even him, he could not find it. And then he was apologizing because he could not help, and he left. I never met a person in Ukraine. He was not very friendly and very nice person. Even though I look like an Arab, I speak like an Arab as a Middle Eastern, and you can tell easy. And I look like a terrorist. So what do you know about Ukraine? If Ukrainian, they come to your country as a refugee, that's not their fault. and when nobody force you. So now they are bad because they come to your country. What about we let the Ukrainian, let the Russian come to your country? Then you will be thankful for, you know, Ukraine. Their kids are dying, and you are talking about the pennies you give them for food. And you think those people are enjoying it. What I notice actually, that people are very racist. People in Germany, people in rich people, I'm talking about the real rich. A lot of racism. They look at all Eastern of Europe down. This is the truth. Just because they are from Ukraine, they don't respect them. Just because you are from Romania, they don't respect you. Just say you are Romanian, they spit at you. And they think they are the best people in the world. Their kids is homeless in the street, those German, go to Germany. Drugs, hashish, sex, gang. And yet the Ukrainian who they come and they work as a taxi driver, they work for their money. They are bad people. Racist. Your race beaten against white? Well, I'm whiter than you, in case you do not know. What white? This is against white? If you think you are white, you are not. I'm whiter than you. Like somebody told you I'm an African. People are stupid. Suddenly now I'm against white people. People are weird, man. You remind me of Joe Biden. He said to the black man, if you don't vote for me, you ain't black. So the guy is a black African, and now he don't vote for Biden, so he is not white. He's not black. I remember when I was in England, I go in the elevator, there's a British guy. I said to him, good morning, he never answered. I don't know why. Honestly, every day in the morning, I see him in the elevator. I say, good morning, he never answered. And I start saying, like, in purpose, just to bother him. He like start looking at the ceiling, you know. I mean, it's elevator. What do you want to look? So when I go in purpose, and then now I say it louder, good morning, he start looking around, like, you know. Just get out of here. A lot of idiots. I blocked him. Don't worry about him. He's an idiot. You know, if you speak about European, you are racist. If you speak about African, you are racist. If you speak about Ukrainian, you are racist. But the fact is, you can be racist about speaking about any of those groups if you claim something not true, if you are not reporting a fact. So when, like this guy, he says that poor black are criminals. But what about the poor white are not criminals? I mean, the word poor, I will go with the word poor. Let us say people who they are homeless. if he meant that by poor. I don't know what he mean by poor. There's no white criminals. There's no Asian criminals. Only black poor are criminals. Well, in the black society, in the black community, there's a lot of kids that grow without father. They don't know their father. But this is the scenario in every society. You will find that the same problem between American women who they have kids and they don't have a father to the kid. The kid, mostly he will go in the wrong direction. So to understand how race or one race have more crimes more than other race, we need to study the social structures of that race. The more they are not religious, the more they are not getting married, the more women they sleep around, men they sleep around, and babies in the street, the more crimes will be. So now if we go to any state in USA, we will find the criminals from every race. But you will notice that the race which have more single mothers is the one have the highest number. Now, it's not about the color, it's about who is more having a single mother. Because the woman, she cannot take care of her child. And obviously she is just sleeping around. I mean, I don't know what kind of equality she have to have a kid anyway. So there's no father. The kid, he grow in the street, gang, hashish, drugs, guns. What do you expect? Whatever this, let us say, recipe happen, crimes will happen. For a woman to be ordered to control her children, she have to be very educated and very strong. So she can be the mother and the father. But how many women they can do that? Very few. And most of the women who sleep around, they are not educated. That's why they sleep around. And they end having children, they cannot take care of them. And if that happened more in an African community, then more crimes will be in the African community. If that happened more in the white community, then more crimes will be in the white community. And racism is not about a race. We saw how many attacks happened by African American against Asian in USA. Is that true or I'm lying? But nobody really make a big deal about it. Because Joe Biden, he will not win the election by defending the Asian. But when George Floyd, he committed a crime, he died through the arrest because he resisted, Joe Biden and the liberals, they use him as a way, as a ticket to win the election, so he can make the African vote for him. But the truth is, neither Joe Biden, neither Pelosi, they will not even go and live between the black people. They will not even buy an apartment just for investment between or in a black area. This is the truth. They themselves, they are the most racist. But when an African man, he attacked an Asian woman, she is 60 years old, for no reason, just because she is Asian, nobody make a big noise about it. So racism exists. It can be an African is racist against a white or an Asian. It can be a white, a racist against a black or an Asian. It can be whatever, the opposite. So we as a Christian, we should always fight racism. It doesn't matter it's coming from who. But it's a big fat lie to say that only one group they practice racism. All the groups, they are racist. And racism have different level, let us say. So there is people, they are racist. They don't mind to associate with someone is black, to have a friend, but they will not marry a black. Well, why? He will not say because he's black, you know. But in fact, this is the reason. And there is the same, someone he is black, he don't mind to associate with someone is white, but he will not get in too much into, you know, deep relationship because he's white, because his family taught him bad things about the white people. So many people are racist, even those who associate themselves with other race. But racism will appear more the more the relationship will become serious, like business, marriage, you know, then race will appear more and more. If an Arab man, he tried to marry a black woman, I assure you, all his family will spit at him. I'm telling you, but this is the truth. But if he marry a red-haired woman, they will be so happy and so excited. When I was in the Philippines, I rented an apartment from a Filipino. He rejected me. I made the application online, you know, rent online. And then second day, he sent me an invitation to rent again. So I asked him, I said, how come when I send you first time, you refused? He said to me, I thought you are a Filipino. This Filipino man, he don't rent Filipinos. Can you believe it? He's a Filipino. He refused to rent me because he thought I am a Filipino. Do you see racism? He's a Filipino. He hates Filipinos. You go to many countries, you will see, I don't rent. They don't rent people from their country. They will not rent them. Sheikh, you wanna call me? Well, I was going to leave, but anyway, you can text me, my friend, if you are a sheikh. Go ahead. All right. You have somebody want to talk?
Hey, CP.
Hello, my friend. How are you doing?
Oh yeah, hey, CP.
Hello.
Yeah, hi. I just wanted to say, obviously, we've had quite emotions running quite high over this topic, and obviously people have got blocked, and people were saying inappropriate things, and I think a lot of the people that I've been noticing in the chat that normally are all on the same side have been kind of going at each other, throwing personal insults at each other over this issue, and I just think that we kind of all need to, obviously after your conversation's finished and stuff, but I think we all need to kind of just take a moment to reflect and, you know, come back tomorrow a bit better, because I don't think that we want to have the community that we built just be fractured from today onwards over something that we're not normally even here gathered for. We're normally here gathered over Islam, and we're usually all on the same page. And yeah, it just seems like everyone's kind of at each other's
my friend,
throat.
doesn't matter really. If you let people show their own real, let us say, a real personality, and serious topic is the one make you discover where people like, you know, if you go, if I go with you to our coffee shop and we drink coffee 100 times, still you will not know me. But if we go and we're stuck in the mountains somewhere, and now we might die, then you will know the person, the real person, me, and the real person is you. Do you agree?
Yeah, I do agree.
Okay. So people, you will not know. I don't want just people who agree with me against Islam. I don't care who agree, who don't. I am here to say the truth. I don't care if the intention is high, or the tension is high or low. I don't care who agree. I don't care who got upset. I am a person who say what I believe, and I stand always for what I believe.
I'm not telling you to filter yourself, or, you know, you've blocked who you felt needed to be blocked, but I'm talking more so in the comments, people that are usually, and they're not necessarily even, some people are not necessarily agreeing with you. They're having their own opinions in the chat, which we're all entitled to have, but the opinions that each of us have doesn't really need for us to then start calling people. People are calling other Christians Abduls over, you know, their opinions on this Ukraine-Russia situation, which I just think, you know, we're not normally gathered here for something like this. I just think that everyone kind of needs to just reflect that that's not normally what we're gathered here for. Not, I hear what you're saying about, you know, tough issues bring out people's truer sides, which I do agree with, but I just think a lot of things have been said tonight that definitely didn't need to be said to one another. So I'm just calling that everyone kind of remember, you know, what we're usually here gathered for, and remember what we're actually united here against, rather than, you know, Ukraine and Russia is not necessarily our normal topic in the world that we're mainly gathered for. Not saying it's not something we shouldn't discuss or have opinions on, but I just think a lot of the personal comments that from people that are usually friendly with each other in the chat, and obviously I hear what you're saying about, you know, it bringing out the true sides of people. You don't want someone to be friendly with you and it be fake, but I just think that people have kind of taken their opinions and they think that what they're saying is gospel truth, and therefore anyone saying anything different can be called all kind of personal insults. I just think, yeah.
No problem. Well, thank you very much for calling.
Of course. Have a good night.
You too. Yeah, still it's very important. Russia, the story of Russia and Ukraine, it's extremely important because this is involved the life and the death of hundreds of thousands of Christians. This is not something is not important. It's very important. And we as a Christians, we should always be truthful in whatever we say. And who agree, who don't. Well, this is why we open the topic. So the one who don't agree, he listens to what we say. If he insists, no problem. I mean, we cannot force people to believe in what we believe. But it's our duty to show people that they are wrong. And we better speak about what is wrong. Otherwise, people, they will still believe in what is wrong. So how in the world anyone he claimed to be Christian, he support an invasion to a Christian country, causing the death of tens of thousands of Christians? How that can be not important? I don't want people to be here just because they support me because I expose Islam. If this is the only thing you think I'm right about, well, you are in the wrong place. As I said, I'm not against Russia. Actually, I love Russia. I grew up in a house where everybody appreciated Russia and the Russian history with us as a Christians in the Middle East. We will never hate the Russian, and we will never support any harm to Russia. But we will not support any harm to Ukraine too. And you do not need to be genius to know that the one who is 6 foot tall cannot be the one who is afraid from someone is 2 foot tall. That is hilarious. So everything is fake, and now they are trying to say that the one who is big, giant, is afraid from the one who is little small. They try to frame those people. They made them fascist, Nazi, Hitler. I mean, this is what they do. This is what the left, you know, they speak against Islam. They call you Islamophobic. You say you are against homosexuality. They say you have a homophobia. What they do? They frame you. Well, I believe that this is wrong. What phobia? Do you see me go in panic? How come when you speak against Christianity, nobody's call you Christianophobic? How come when you make a case, you want to take the Bible from the hotel? Nobody. I mean, it's a Bible in the drawer. Don't open the drawer. Who is the one who have a phobia? So we are not here to speak against Russia. We are here to expose the lies of Carson and Putin. Both are a bunch of scumbag. Otherwise, if we ignore what is serious, so what is the benefit of us? This is very serious. And let people say their mind. I found this picture in Ukraine, which is beautiful actually. Let me show you. I don't know this is who, but this is a picture from Ukraine. No Christian will be happy to see Christians killing each other. And we pray that this war will be over very soon. But all of us, we knew that the one who invaded the country, the other country, he cannot be the good one. And you know, I notice that people always, they try to frame you in order to make you look bad. The second you oppose them. I remember once I went there, just to give you an example of people who claim to be Christians. In you know, I used to go in a program, it's called Pal Talk. So once I enter a chat room, and this is supposedly a Christian chat room. The person who was in the mic said, "Oh, CP, somebody, he said that you like women." Well, I said, really? So this person supposedly is trying to make me like he, you know, he was defending me. You know, I don't know. Actually, I forgot if it was a male or a female. So it's a chat room. You cannot speak at the same time. It's not like Skype. You can talk at the same time. So she or he gave me the mic. I said, I like women. What's the problem? Anyone have a problem? I should not like women? So they're trying to make you look bad, like this guy, he like women. I mean, silly, stupid people. So how they can make people not to listen to me? Why when this guy, he go live, hundreds of people, they join him. So he like women. And they thought I would say, no, who said that? This is not true. Absolutely, this is false. But they were surprised. I took the mic. I said, yeah, I like women. What's the problem? Anyone have a problem? Thank God I don't like men. What's your problem? Do I go sleep around? And what does that mean? You like women? What does that mean exactly? So very filthy people, yet they claim to be Christians. And they think they can put you down and give you a bad reputation. Yeah, I'm racist against men, absolutely. I don't like men. I hate them. Oh boy. Oh boy. Yeah, but you know, I mean, just to show you how people they are. So the second, you know, they don't like you or they oppose you, to try to attach all kind of lies about, like Trump, they make him KKK. I mean, they all like, you know, he banned Muslims, anything just to make him look bad. So now Trump, he have a very bad image around the world. But those people do not know really anything about Trump. In fact, Trump, he made a special law to free more than 20,000 prisoners. All of them, they are black. He is the only president he did that. 20,000. African American, they were jailed for a crime do not deserve to be in jail. He made what is called a criminal reform law. Trump, he made a special investment zone. So people, they go and invest in the poor African area, African American, so he can boost the community and get them jobs. Nobody did that before. Tax-free. Yet they say to you that Trump is racist. He's a KKK. Well, he's blonde. So they try to frame you in order to make you look bad. And this is what they are doing with Ukraine. They invade Ukraine. Like, you know, Erdogan right now, he's speaking against the Jews. The crime, the genocide. This guy, the city he's speaking from is occupied, and every single Christian there was slaughtered. And yet he speak about occupation and he speak about genocide. Erdogan himself, the one who killed 1.5 million Armenian. At least 600,000 Assyrian and Chaldean. Tens of thousands of Kurdish, and he is the one who makes speeches against genocide. This is what they do. They kill you and they go in your funeral. So Putin, he killed tens of thousands of Ukrainians, and now he claimed to be the victim. And this is why we are here, to warn people about what is right and what's wrong. Right? And for sure, you don't have to agree with me. All right. Yeah, Putin, he will say Ukraine is a victim. Victim of who? Victim of him. He will make Ukraine victim of the West, right? I mean, do you see the propaganda? Why? The West is the one who is killing the Ukrainian. If he is a person of mercy, he should not attack them. The president who is now, he will leave. You see, you know, in Ukraine, I found that a lot of Ukrainians don't hate Russia. Actually, many of them, they favor having good relationship with Russia, not with the West. This is true. Even after the war. But now things is getting worse because there's a lot of blood. So even the one who like to have good relationship with Russia, he don't want to see Russian anymore. Just yesterday, he sent a wave of missiles on Kyiv and other cities, and many women and children, they died. All right. Both countries are corrupt. And this is what I don't like to see. I mean, you see, both countries are corrupt. Like, which country is not? Can you please tell me which country is not corrupt? I mean, isn't it your Trump? He keeps saying they stole the election. I don't know what to say. People they throw words. That's it. Both countries are corrupt. And supposedly his country is better. I don't know really what to say. I mean, if you cannot even trust an election in your country, so what is left? There they have election. And I don't believe it's corrupt. Yeah, I saw the Shia beating themselves. Well, good for England, you know, good for them. This is the end of England. Oh boy. Stupid British people. Where they end themselves. I hope this king will leave soon. People, they are putting flowers and they are praying for him. I don't know why. I mean, how good he is. A nation of multi-faith. He brought Sikh, he brought Muslims to the church, he brought everybody, and he don't want to practice the Christian rituals. He want to do it behind the wall. Obviously, he did not do it. He's an atheist. No problem, Mimo. But it's not good to use this language anyway. Doesn't matter why. Exactly, Coronin. Countries are run by human, marry human, are corrupt. Just today in New York, they arrested how many? 60 official? But it's not only in New York, like in many states. How many they said? 60 or 70? Anyone remember? Let me search like Today News. Give me a reason. Give me a minute. Past 20 hours. All of them, they are officials. I can't find it. 70 employees. You see? This is 15 hours ago. Investigation report shed light on NYCHA corruption. How many? 70 employees. 70. Not 7. The FBI itself is corrupt. Aren't they the one who is watching Christians and they are calling them terrorists? Isn't it, this is a form of corruption? Is that what their department for? They are watching Catholic churches because they say abortion is not right? And in their file they call the Catholic terrorist? So if your FBI itself is corrupt, and this is what I like about, you know, like some people, they say like, this country is corrupt, this country is, etc. Well, if you go to Ukraine, if you have a person, if you graduate from a school, at least you learn something. I want to ask you what they teach your kids in school. Like when your son, he graduated from high school, what he knew. Do he even knew how many, who is the president? You see, they are corrupt, right? At least they have a better education. Lord have mercy. This will remind me of the Arab, proud and arrogant about nothing. You know, each time I go to school when I was a kid in the Middle East, I ask questions they can't answer. Always they are so proud. And I always, the question I ask, I mean, look, why we are so proud people? I mean, our street is full of holes. Electricity keep going on and off. We have a Christmas tree every day. I mean, people, they celebrate the Christmas once a year. We celebrate the Christmas every day. Sewage is not working. Water is not working. Electricity is not working. Police take a bribe. Grocery store, he cheat. The butcher, you buy beef, he give you a cat meat. But they are so proud. About what? I have no idea. What oil? Nobody see the oil. The oil goes for the corrupt. Nobody get the oil. You go to Saudi Arabia, most of people don't even have food in Saudi Arabia. They don't even have a sewage. You go out of the street, you see like they show you the Saudi prince, he is building a city in the desert. Go there. You will see, you go out of the main street in the city, you will see that the streets are not even having asphalt. A road in the Philippines is better than a road in Saudi Arabia. The only countries who they have, like let's say, they have a better structures is like Emirat, Qatar, because they are small, tiny, and I mean the whole Qatar and Emirat together, all of them is not even the size of like 1% of a highway in USA. The whole roads in Emirat and Bahrain and Qatar. And they have a lot of oil, a lot of money. Actually, when I was in the Philippines, I went to the province. I did not like the city, Manila. It's really, I mean, dirty. It's dirty because of you know how crowded it is. But when you go to the province, the roads are really nice, clean. The air is clean. I mean, way better. If you go in the Philippines is known to be poor, right? But there is some areas is way better than the best area in New York. No, they didn't have sewage. They have something called Bayara. Bayara is like the septic system. It's like a, you know, shithole. Sorry, excuse me. That's why when a flood comes, if there is so much rain, you will see the poop cake floating over the street everywhere. All right, my friend from GX from Romania. Yeah, it's a good fertilizer. You know, like you wake up in Saudi Arabia, like you want to drink your coffee and then the smell of shit come from everywhere. Why? Because your neighbor did not suck. You know, you have to bring like this big truck to vacuum your, excuse my language, I have to use the word shit, the shit hole. So he did not. And then what will happen? The water will flood and will cover all the streets, because they make the hole in the walkway. It's outside, so they don't need to go inside the house. So you build your fence, and then the poo-poo hole is out in the walkway. And then the big truck, the vacuum, they come, they put their pipe inside your poo-poo hole, and they suck it. So if you forget to suck it for a day, let us say one day, just one day, the poo-poo will be all over the place. So you wake up in the morning, you want to drink your coffee, and the beautiful smell come to you from everywhere. So beautiful. But if you go on YouTube, they will show you how beautiful Saudi Arabia is. The same as in USA, actually. I mean, there's a places in USA, they will scare the hell of you to walk in it. It's like zombies. literally zombies areas. You know, actually, the fact is, in Ukraine, you can walk in the street late and you feel safe. Very safe. I don't trust to walk in USA at night and feel safe. I have to have my gun with me. And even if you walk in the street at night, let us say now, if I go to walk in the street, what will happen? A police will stop me right away. In Ukraine, nobody stop you. Unless you do something bad. We Filipino CP might be poor, but we are content. We smile even how a strong storm hit us. Well, I believe you. I saw that. Yeah, Filipinos are they are very happy people, but at the same time they are very emotional. I don't know if that is good or not. I mean, you have to have a balance, I believe. But I found that Filipinos are very emotional. They cry so easy. They get happy so easy. They get excited so easy. Teas run in 2 seconds. Party goes in 3 seconds. You know, obviously they have different nature from others. What I know about Filipinos, that they have a weakness for food. If you want to discuss a business deal with a Filipino person, put the food in front of him, he will not be concentrating in whatever you say. Whatever you say. He will shake his head. Yeah, okay, okay. They love food. They are lovely people. I like them. Yeah, I met many nice people there. Let's see. I was born in the Philippines before I migrated to Canada. Okay. So you're a Filipino, Cordia? Balut! Yeah. They love basketball? I don't know. I did not see anybody playing basketball. I don't know. I don't know. Like, I don't know much really. It doesn't matter how much you know about a country by visiting it. You will not know unless you live between them and you speak the language. I mean, Filipinos mostly they speak English, but still you will not know the culture unless you get involved with it. You know, like you live there, you are one of them, you speak the language, so you can understand the culture. Knowing the language is very important to understand the language, to understand, sorry, the culture. Speaking to them in English only still will not give you the, let us say, the whole idea. Well, I don't know what balut is, but one day, like, you know, there was an Easter vacation, and in Philippines they closed the whole week, like they shut down everything. And they told me they were closed, so I said, what I will do here? I mean, that's really... So I said, let me rent a room in the beach area. So I woke up very early. There's nobody. I think it was like maybe 5 a.m. in the morning or 5:50, something like that. Very early. So I stayed there for some time, enjoying the view. There's nobody in the beach area. And there's a guy, he stands behind me and he have a bicycle. Just behind me. There's nobody in the beach except me. And he starts screaming, balut. And I was saying, where this guy? He keep calling this guy balut, and nobody answered him. First time, second time, third time, he said, hey, listen. Obviously, balut is not here. If he is here, he will answer you. Don't you see? There's nobody in the beach. He said, sir, Who? What are you talking about? I sell balut. You want balut? I thought he's calling somebody. There's nobody in the beach. It's only me. He stood behind me. First time, second time, third time, I cannot take it no more. I said, why you keep shouting? Obviously, he's not here. I thought he is calling the guy maybe in the hotel behind us, you know. His name, Mr. Balut. So I told him, obviously, Balut is not here. If he is here, he would answer you. He said, sir, what are you talking about? I sell balut, balut. You want to eat balut? You want balut? I said, no. Actually, I have tons of those. You know, once I have a neighbor, he come and he throw garbage in my container. And he don't speak English. He speak Spanish. You know, he's a Mexican. So I told him, why you are throwing garbage here? You should throw it in your place. Where do you live? He keeps saying to me, basura, basura. I said, okay, Mr. Basura, listen, you cannot throw your garbage here. Basura, basura. I said, okay, I get it, but you cannot throw garbage here, you know. And then a guy who was walking by, he said, do you speak Spanish? Can you translate? He said, yeah, I'm, you know, I speak Spanish. So I said, explain to Mr. Basura. He looked at me. He said, why you are insulting him? I said, I'm not insulting him. He said, his name is Basura. He said, no, Basura means garbage. I thought this is his name. You know, I came to him and said, what's your name? And he said to me, Basura, Basura. I said, okay, Mr. Basura, you know, don't throw garbage here. You know, Basura, senor. What? What, senor? Listen, don't throw garbage here. Where do you live? You throw it in your place. Senor Basura. Yeah, so like if you don't speak the language, you will face a lot of a drama. Why you are allowed to live in me? What does that mean? That is a new English. Yeah, I have another story. A story even more funny. I had I went a vacation and like it's a resort. They have an open buffet, and I like open buffet more because you don't know how, like, you don't know what to order. I don't believe in the pictures they show you because they look something and they give you something else. So I like the open buffet. And there's a guy and his wife in front of me, and they grab a food, and I grab the same, and he said bonita. So I thought this is the name of the food, you know. So I went to other restaurant. So now I learned the Spanish word. So the waitress, she came to me, and I told her, like, bonita, you know, I have my hands like a dish, and I look at her, I said bonita. She laughed, she smiled, and she went away. And I said, what happened? I mean, okay, she will give me. And then she came back again, and she put a paper in my table, and she ran again. I opened the paper, it have a phone number. You know? No, bonita, as I understand, means pretty or beautiful. Bonita, bonita, I don't know. So she thought I'm telling her that you are beautiful. She thought I'm flirting with her. You know? And then she went behind the counter. She spoke to her friends, and they were laughing, and they are looking at me. And she gave me the paper, have a phone number. And I said, what's going on? I mean, I ordered a dish. I got a phone number. You know? Like, and I'm waiting for my food. And what I would do with this phone number, like call the manager, or what is that, man? Like, maybe he speak English. I would start thinking maybe she gave me the number to call the manager because she don't speak English, she don't understand. So you order a dish, you get a date, you know, and then they laugh and they are looking, and she's shy, and you know, And then a guy walked by. I said, what happened, man? I'm waiting. You speak English a little bit? He said, senor. I said, okay, well, I order bonita dish, and I came before all those people. Where is my dish? He said, senor, what? There's no dish. It's called bonita. Oh, boy. Yeah, it was funny. But then I learned, you know. You learn from your mistakes. You believe CP is a good looking? No, some women, they like men who they look so scary, you know, not necessarily good looking. And I think this is what happened maybe. I want a hookup. Yeah, the first time I learned this word hookup, what I know hookup, I mean, you know, I mean, English is funny. What do you mean I want a hookup? See how the same word can mean many things? Hookup. She was like Eya Toma Mi Nemor. That is Spanish for sure. For sure. You called her? If I call her, what I will say to her? That will be the most funny conversation. You people are funny. You called her. Look, like Christian Hart, he is thinking like, what happened next? What is the end of the story? Like, did the movie over? Or there is more to come? It doesn't. Okay, this is episode number 1. Bonita episode number 1. Tomorrow I will tell you Bonita episode number 2. They are thinking like, what happened? Okay, wait. Don't stop here. Are you going to go now? You need to tell us what happened. Did you call her? What she said to you? You people are funny. Let us see. You went to the doctor, you could not speak Spanish. Why you went to the doctor and you wouldn't speak Spanish? Anyway. Till at the end? Yeah, actually, when you go to different countries, you face a lot of, I don't know, I'm lucky really, you know? Like always something really funny happened, you know, when you go overseas. Hookup is halal fun? Oh, okay. It's mut'ah, huh? All right. All right, I think we have enough for today. And it's getting so late for me, so I apologize. I want to say thank you for all those who support us. And I know you don't need me to say so. And today we made many people upset, but that's what we do. You know, your friend is the one who makes you upset, not necessarily always happy, because he said the truth for you, right? So we have to be consistent, and we have to be always faithful in what we believe and what we defend and what we go against. We cannot switch side just because we are in a side of a person. It doesn't matter if he's wrong or right. If you do that, you are no Christian. You should be against your own father, brother, mother, son. Doesn't matter who, if they are wrong. If you are a person who side with someone just because he is someone, then you are not being a Christian. So always we have to stand for the truth, and the truth will set you free. When we don't have loyalty to the truth, then we have no loyalty for no one. Because loyalty for the truth is loyalty to God. And this is the only key of salvation. The one who is loyal to a man, taking his side, doesn't matter what he do. Obviously, he took the devil direction. So we always have to be Christians. We stand together against evil. We fight against killing Christians. We fight against killing anybody. Unless the person he deserved to die, for he is a criminal, he killed somebody. That's why the Lord, he says, the one who lived by the sword shall die by the sword, which means this is the fair punishment for his lifestyle. The one who killed shall be killed. Otherwise, we should stand always against criminals who wage war just to make money, just to take a territory, just to be called emperor, an empire. Russia is the biggest country in this earth. They are not short of land. They are not short of food. They are not short of resource. They have access to all seas around the world. They have borders with China, with Japan, with America. They have borders with everybody. The biggest country ever. And most of it is totally empty. If I say not even one, I don't know, if I say 1 to 1,000, the percentage of what is occupied, maybe I'm not giving the correct number, maybe more. So all this war is not justified. The only war is justified if somebody attack you and you defend yourself. Anything else is a crime. Killing people are not right, especially if you attack them just to take their wealth and their money, or maybe you don't like them, that's all. So we have to be faithful, truthful, and that means we have to be Christians. I want to say thank you all for being here, and I hope you will have a great night, great day, and until I see you tomorrow, I pray, if I can, I will come live tomorrow again. Until I see you tomorrow, God is good, so is Jesus. Amen. See ya.